Hey guys, did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. I live in Oak Haven, a small town nestled amidst rolling hills and dense forests. It's the kind of place where everyone knows your name, and life moves at a slower pace. But beneath the idyllic facade lies a chilling secret, hidden deep within the woods that border our town. Growing up, I'd heard countless tales of strange occurrences within those woods, whispers of mythical creatures and mysterious caves. But one story, in particular, sent shivers down my spine. It was the story of David, the sole survivor of a camping trip gone horribly wrong. 30 years ago, David and 3 friends ventured into the woods for a summer adventure. They set up camp, explored the surroundings, and settled around a crackling campfire as dusk fell. But as darkness enveloped them, an unsettling feeling crept over David. He sensed something amiss, a chilling presence lurking just beyond the firelight. At first, it was just a fleeting glimpse, a shadowy figure flitting between the trees. But as the night wore on, the figure grew bolder, its movements more frantic. It circled their campsite, a predator stalking its prey. David's gut told him to run. He bolted into the darkness, leaving his friends behind. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs ached, the creature's presence hot on his heels. Suddenly, the creature stopped, and an eerie silence fell over the woods. David froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Then, the creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form illuminated by the dying embers of the campfire. Its face was a horrifying spectacle, a grotesque inversion of human features. Bloodshot eyes where its mouth should be, a twisted nose pointing upwards, and a gaping maw contorted into an upside-down grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp, yellow teeth. The creature lunged, its long, dagger-like nails tearing into David's friends. Their screams echoed through the trees as the creature feasted on their flesh. David snapped out of his trance and ran, the creature in swift pursuit. It grabbed his arm, its nails digging deep into his shoulder. In a desperate struggle, David's arm ripped free, leaving him to flee with a horrifying injury. He collapsed from blood loss, but was miraculously found by a jogger the next morning. The campsite was a scene of carnage, the boy's remains barely recognizable. David survived, but the trauma of that night left an indelible mark on him. To this day, he can be seen staring blankly into the woods, his lone hand resting on the railing of his balcony. The townsfolk heeded David's tale, venturing into the woods only during daylight hours. No one dared to camp there again. Yesterday, I found myself running late for my morning jog. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I ventured onto the trail, the darkening woods looming on either side. The sounds of the forest fell silent, replaced by an unnerving stillness. I picked up my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as I reached the edge of the woods, I saw it, a shadowy figure with an upside-down face, staring at me from the tree-line. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me in stunned silence. Now, I can't shake the feeling that something evil lurks in those woods, something that watches and waits for its next victim. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place where the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets lulled me to sleep. But tonight, a cold dread clung to me like a spider web, a premonition of something sinister lurking just beyond the firelight. I tried to shake off the feeling, reminding myself of all the times I'd spent alone in the wilderness, comfortable and secure within my tent. On my first backcountry trips, the semi-frequent noises just outside used to make me uneasy. But after a while, like most new but consistent environments, I got used to it. I even started to get pretty good at guessing which animals were outside just by the sounds they made. Short, scurrying movements were most likely a small rodent, but bigger ones, like skunks and raccoons, had a less spastic gait. Sometimes it was hard to tell the difference between a small bird and a squirrel, since they both moved in quick, jerky motions. But I soon figured out that the birds would scour an area for food, making little hops, and then make 5 or 6 big hops to find a new area. Squirrels usually only moved in more frequent bursts of 3. Counting the number and frequency of tiny rustling noises outside my tent walls thus became my version of counting sheep when it was bedtime. Every now and then I would hear a deer or a bear, depending on the weight of the steps, but I never took the risk of ignoring proper precautions when it came to food, so I never had to deal with any hungry black bears. But tonight was different. The usual comfort of the familiar forest sounds was absent, replaced by an unsettling silence punctuated by an occasional twig snapping under an unseen weight. It was the sort of feeling you get when you've done a bad thing and are waiting for the repercussions, except this time I hadn't done anything wrong. It's a certain phantom tension that can't be located but also cannot be ignored. Even the sight of the narrow, rolling valley nestled in between the foothills of the limestone escarpment walls, usually a gorgeous view, seemed unable to grab me. I knew that I was seeing something special in the endless evergreens of the Shenandoah Valley, but that special feeling itself was absent. It was something I failed to notice until days after I'd regained consciousness, but how could one notice something subtle like that in the first place? Eventually, I came upon a gentle rise overlooking the Shenandoah River flowing through the valley. It was surrounded by a scattered selection of sturdy spruce trees and seemed the perfect spot to make camp. The moments after setting up camp used to be my favorite. I could massage my howling feet, enjoy some of the bourbon from my flask, and read a book by a small fire. I am or was one of those weird folks who like to scare themselves, so the reading for that trip was a small, clearly self-published collection of regional folklore, ghost tales, and true crime stories I got from the nearest gas station. The book described bizarre rituals involving chanting, blood sacrifices, and a portal to another dimension, all written in a way that seemed both absurd and disturbing. But my focus just wouldn't stick. I would read 3 pages and then realize that I couldn't remember a word from any of them. I was pondering such an annoyance when sleep took me. According to my watch, I awoke at 3:07 a.m. to the sound of a long, shrill scream that pierced the heavy stillness and echoed throughout the entire forest. It sounded as if it might be the call of a bobcat somewhere out there looking for a night meal. I had heard them before, and the noises they can make are dreadful. It seemed relatively far away, but, knowing how dangerous they can be, I thought the sound was close enough to be worth my concern. However, after lying petrified in my sleeping bag for no more than a minute, I heard a distinctly different scream. No! Please! There was no mistaking it for a wildcat that time. Looking back now, I wish that I had stayed in the tent. But one cannot exactly afford the privilege of time for a full analysis in the heat of the moment. There are two choices, action or inaction. I chose the former. Putting my headlamp around my neck and fishing a roll of fluorescent flagging tape from my backpack, I unzipped the tent door and followed the direction of the screams. The flag tape was a bright neon orange and would function as my colorful trail of breadcrumbs, in theory. I tied a length around the base of a tree near the tent and set off, tearing off a small section of the tape and attaching it to branches every 20 feet or so. There were no more screams, but after several minutes of trudging through the dark, a faint amber glow began growing in the distance, and I could hear the distant crackling of twigs and branches. Carefully placing each of my steps on the bed of pine needles, I wove in between the dark trees with the faint light off in the distance as my only guide through the shadows. After just over 10 minutes, another, bigger and brighter light came into view. It looked like a large bonfire. So, I pushed forward and encroached on the ring of light that the large flames were casting. There were 4 people dressed in dark, loose robes surrounding it, with another 2 in the same attire wielding torches and leading what appeared to be a bound and blindfolded young man toward the larger group. Each of them bore a marking on the chest of their dark garments that resembled a hollow circle with a 9-pointed star in the middle, all drawn in red ink. The symbol seemed vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place it. As I pressed in closer to get a better look, a branch snapped beneath my feet. Instinctively, I looked down. When I raised my head again, I saw that only 5 of the 6 robed figures were gathered around the fire. Suddenly, my bottom and upper jaws collided together, making a loud thunk as I felt something solid and heavy strike me on the top of my head. When I came to, my head throbbed with a pain that echoed the rhythmic pounding of my heart. I was lying on the cold, damp ground beside the young man I had seen earlier, both of us bound with rough rope. The blindfolds had been removed, and I could see the flickering flames of the bonfire dancing in his wide, terrified eyes. My vision swam in and out of focus, and a warm trickle of blood ran down my forehead, stinging my eyes. Through the haze, I saw one of the figures standing before the fire, his arms outstretched. He held a thick, ancient-looking book bound in what appeared to be human skin. The firelight cast dancing shadows across the strange symbols etched into its cover. He chanted in a language that sounded like the hissing of serpents and the crackling of flames, a guttural, alien tongue that sent shivers down my spine. The chanting ceased, and the figures moved with an eerie synchronicity, their movements precise and practiced, like a macabre ballet. 2 of them hoisted me and the young man to our feet. He looked at me, his eyes pleading, his lips forming silent words I couldn't hear over the ringing in my ears. We were marched towards a shallow cave, its mouth gaping like a maw in the darkness. 2 figures knelt and heaved aside a heavy stone slab, revealing a dark pit that seemed to exhale a cold, fetid breath. The young man's fear erupted. He thrashed against his captors, his muffled screams echoing off the cave walls. Froth flecked his lips as he lunged for freedom, a desperate, futile struggle. For a fleeting moment, he broke free, scrambling towards the trees, but another robed figure emerged from the shadows, tackling him to the ground. A glint of steel flashed in the firelight, and a choked gasp escaped the young man's lips. He was dragged back to the pit, his whimpers a chilling counterpoint to the crackling flames. The figure with the book gave a curt nod. The young man was shoved into the abyss, his scream swallowed by the darkness. Then, a sound emerged from the pit, a sound that defied human comprehension, a sound that tore at the fabric of my sanity. It was a chorus of screams, layered and distorted, rising and falling in a symphony of agony. It echoed in the silence long after the young man's cries had been extinguished. My blood ran cold. Terror seized me, a visceral, primal fear that clawed at my throat. I strained against the ropes, but my struggles were futile. Why? I croaked, my voice hoarse. Why are you doing this? The figure with the book turned, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood. It is always hungry, he said, his voice a dry rasp. And if we do not feed it, everything will be consumed. A strong hand shoved me towards the pit. I stumbled, my bound feet tangling, and I pitched forward into the void. The air rushed past me as I plummeted into the suffocating darkness. The scream caught in my throat, choked by the fall. I landed with a sickening crack, my right arm twisting beneath me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, quickly blossoming into a dull, throbbing ache. I lay gasping for breath, the air thick with the stench of decay and damp earth. The moans of the young man echoed through the cavern, a haunting lament that sent chills down my spine. Then I heard it. The shriek that had woken me from my sleep, now amplified, closer, a cacophony of voices, dissonant and horrifying. It filled the cavern, reverberating off the walls, growing louder until I thought my skull would shatter. Silence descended, heavy and oppressive. I held my breath, afraid to break the stillness. A sudden, strangled cry pierced the darkness, cut short, leaving an echoing void. I was alone. Slithering sounds filled the silence, punctuated by the sickening crunch of bone. Something was moving in the darkness, something vast and unseen. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating blackness. Adrenaline surged through me, but there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I was trapped, a fly caught in a spider web. Then I remembered the headlamp strapped to my forehead. With trembling fingers, I fumbled for the switch and pressed it. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the cavern. The walls were coated in a thick, black substance that pulsed and rippled like living oil. It covered everything, the floor, the ceiling, even the stalactites hanging like teeth from the roof of the cave. The ground shook, and the shriek erupted again, louder this time, closer. I swept the beam across the cavern, desperate to find an escape. The light revealed a monstrous shape in the distance, a 40-foot mass of writhing darkness, covered in the same oily substance. Hundreds of eyes, human eyes, blinked and rolled within the mass, a grotesque mosaic of fear and suffering. I gagged, bile rising in my throat. The sight was too much to bear, a nightmare brought to life. I swung the beam back towards the walls, searching for an opening, a crack, anything. The screeching intensified, and I knew I had mere seconds before whatever the thing was reached me. The light caught on an indentation in the wall. The oily substance recoiled, revealing a narrow passage, barely knee-high. It could be a dead end, but it was my only chance. I scrambled towards it, the beam of my headlamp carving a path through the retreating sludge. The stench of the substance filled my nostrils, a nauseating blend of decay and something else, something alien and foul. I reached the passage, the screeching echoing behind me. I plunged into the narrow opening, the oily substance clinging to my skin, burning like acid. The tunnel was tight, claustrophobic, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. I crawled, my broken arm screaming in protest, the ground shaking with the creature's enraged cries. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, a suffocating labyrinth of rock and slime. I pushed myself forward, my broken arm a constant source of agony. The ground continued to tremble, and the screeching echoed through the passage, a terrifying reminder of the creature that hunted me. I tasted blood, the metallic tang mixing with the dust and grime that filled my mouth. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the tunnel began to widen. I emerged into a larger chamber, the air slightly fresher, the darkness less absolute. A faint light flickered in the distance, a beacon of hope in the oppressive gloom. I stumbled towards it, my legs shaking, my body screaming for rest. The light grew stronger, revealing a jagged opening in the cave wall. I clawed my way towards it, the promise of escape fueling my exhausted limbs. I squeezed through the opening, tumbling out onto the soft earth. I lay there, gasping for breath, the cool night air a balm on my burning skin. I had escaped. But the ordeal had taken its toll. My body was battered, my mind reeling. I wandered through the forest, my senses dulled, my thoughts fragmented. I stumbled upon a stream, the cool water a welcome relief. I collapsed beneath a towering oak tree, its leaves rustling like whispers in the wind. Days passed, or perhaps it was only hours. Time had lost all meaning. I saw a green pickup truck, its headlights cutting through the darkness. A man with a camouflage baseball cap stared at me, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, there was a hospital bed, the sterile smell of antiseptic, the concerned faces of doctors and nurses. They told me I was lucky to be alive. But I didn't feel lucky. I felt empty, hollowed out. The creature in the cave had taken more than just my physical well-being. It had stolen my joy, my hope, my sense of self. The world was a muted canvas, the colors washed out, the sounds distant. I ate, but I couldn't taste. I breathed, but I couldn't smell. The wind brushed against my skin, but I felt nothing. My dreams were gone, replaced by a blank, empty sleep. I tried to return to my life, but it was no use. The job, the friends, the hobbies, they all seemed meaningless. I was a ghost, haunting the remnants of my former existence. Alcohol became my only solace, a temporary escape from the crushing weight of emptiness. The creature in the cave had left its mark on me, a wound that couldn't be healed. It was draining the life from me, slowly but surely. I thought about ending it all, but even that seemed like too much effort. I was trapped in a gray, lifeless world, with no escape in sight. The things that separated life from existence had left me, and I knew they would never return. My father-in-law is in prison for trying to kill me. Now I know he was trying to be kind. 1 year ago, my father-in-law tried to murder me. He planned it meticulously, the journey to the secluded cabin nestled deep within the ancient forest his family had owned for generations. Pushing me into the old, moss-covered well hidden within the dense undergrowth. Pickpocketing my phone. Leaving a gun within the well, his twisted version of mercy, offering me the choice of ending my own life instead of succumbing to a slow, agonizing death from starvation. Either way, he would have gotten away with it. He hadn't accounted for the lost dog, though. Hadn't thought that a couple would venture into the deep woods, searching for their beloved pet who had raced off after a deer. That they would find me, half dead from starvation and dehydration, clutching the gun, contemplating it seriously after nearly 3 days in the well, fully aware that I was going to die of thirst long before starvation could claim me. There had been no rain for days. When I woke up in the hospital, my wife Samantha was by my side, holding my hand, her beautiful face wet with tears. Despite my own physical pain, all I wanted to do was to make her stop crying. So I softly took her hand and, with great effort, raised it to my lips and gave it a gentle kiss. I was so worried about you. What happened to you? She begged me, her green eyes bright with tears. The nurse came in, took my vitals, and then told my wife that she should leave me to sleep some more. I was glad for the rescue because I knew once I revealed what had really happened to me, my wife's heart would break permanently. Her father had always been her favorite person. I met Samantha at work 3 years ago. She was the marketing executive where I was a software developer. We were both in our late 20s, and I knew within 10 minutes of our first conversation that I was going to marry her. She was bright, funny, clever, and it didn't hurt that she was absolutely gorgeous, with bright green eyes and long red hair. For months into dating her, she met my family. I come from a massive family where both my parents had 4 siblings each and then went on to have 5 kids together, too. Our Sunday lunches are loud, raucous events at my folks' place, with at least 20 people in attendance, but Sam was utterly charmed by my family. And my parents and siblings adored her. She fit right in, like the missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle. Everything was going so well until Sam decided it was time for me to meet her only family member, her father. Cameron Joyce was a tall, burly man who dressed and looked like a lumberjack. He lived in a house shrouded by trees on the outskirts of a vast, ancient forest, accessible only by a long, winding driveway that seemed to stretch on forever. When he stiffly shook my hand, his blue eyes ice cold, a sort of chill ran through me. After we walked into the 2-bedroom house behind him, the first red flag should have been that there were no photos of Sam's mother. Not one. In fact, if I truly thought about it, Sam never really spoke about her mother. I should have asked more questions about her, but I guess I'd always just assumed that the subject was too painful for her. The first time I thought her father was trying to kill me was a fleeting thought which happened that visit. I distinctly heard Sam tell her father over the phone multiple times that I had a nut allergy, but when we sat down to eat, I started to feel my throat swell up. Sam's father watched me cough, slowly chewing his food. Of course, we had an EpiPen on us, but if we hadn't, I could be dead right now. Then there was the time right after our wedding when he knew I couldn't swim, but I am 90% sure he pushed me into the lake when the 3 of us were on the docks, looking at his boat. The third time was the charm, though. If those park rangers hadn't found me, I'm sure I would have died down in that well. You might be wondering why I chose to go to that cabin with a man I thought was trying to kill me. Because I really didn't think he was trying to kill me. My brain insisted that I had misread or misheard the situation, and both those incidents could have been accidents. Also, Sam was keen for her father and her husband to get along, and I just couldn't break her heart. I'll never forget the ride to the cabin. My father-in-law was a man of few words. So when he decided to tell me a story, I almost sighed with relief that I didn't have to keep talking to fill the dead air between us. He kept his eyes on the road and said, "There was once a boy who lived a happy life with his family in the forest. It was him, his 3 brothers, his parents, his grandparents, his uncles and aunts, and all his cousins. He didn't know much about the world beyond his family home, but he had 1,000 things to do in the woods, so he never wondered. For a time, all was well and as it should be. The boy and his family lived off the land, hunted, and thrived. Until one day, on his 19th birthday, the boy saw the woman in white in the depths of the trees. Ethereal and shimmering, she glowed like a white will-o'-the-wisp. When he asked his mother about her, she told him to stay away from the woman. That nothing good comes out of the woods on a sickle moon night. We were close to the cabin now, and as we approached it, a strange sort of feeling was beginning to crawl up my spine. A sense of something being wrong, gripping me tightly. Goosebumps erupted on my arms, and a shiver ran down my spine, despite the warmth of the day. The boy listened to his mother. 2 days he did not go looking for the woman. On the 3rd night, he found himself outside the house, walking into the woods. As he drew closer, he saw the woman's face. Her gold hair shimmered all the way to her knees. Ice blue eyes and a lovely face that glowed with the promise of a forever his mortal brain didn't understand. The woman offered him her hand. Entranced, he reached out and took it. He parked and turned off the engine of the car, but still wouldn't look at me. Instead, he stared ahead, into the depths of the forest, as he told me this eerie tale. The minute he took that hand, the thing claimed him. They found him a year later at the top of a mountain, living in a cave, naked and insane, speaking a strange tongue, in a language which had to be made up. What was terrifying was that both his legs, from his knees downwards, were gone. And yet, the wounds had been cauterized, and someone or something had clearly been feeding him. His parents brought him home and tried to help him recover his mind. The doctors fitted him with prosthetic legs he kept hidden away. But the boy was never really the same again. When he began to slowly speak again, he spoke of a woman with a skull instead of a face, a long, skeletal crone's body, fangs instead of teeth, clumps of white hair that fell out of her head, and milk-white eyes, the eyes of a corpse. And then, finally, the ear-piercing scream. He fell silent then, and my skin crawling, I asked him, what happened to him? My father-in-law broke out of his trance and looked at me, his expression unreadable. Let me show you how to hunt. The trial was short. My father-in-law was caught in possession of my phone and several other items that suggested what he planned to do. His internet search history revealed extensive searches on ways to murder someone. When they put Cameron Joyce in prison, my wife cried herself to sleep every night for a month. I think she blamed me for what happened, even though she would never say those words. I would catch her looking out from our apartment in the direction of the forest, which we could see clearly. She grew more and more forgetful, wouldn't go to work, and would sleep all day. Some days she wouldn't even brush her hair. Her face grew more haggard, and sometimes, when I saw her naked form in bed in the moonlight, I could swear I saw her ribs through her translucent skin. Her sadness was going to devour her, and there was nothing I could do about it. My name is Jack, and I never believed in ghosts. Not until that night. It all started with Ripley, my Bernese Collie mix, disappearing into the woods. I followed his tracks, my heart pounding with a growing sense of dread, until I stumbled upon the abandoned bunker of the Vance family. 3 years ago, the Vances, a family of 7, vanished without a trace. They were preppers, survivalists who had built a state-of-the-art bunker to withstand any apocalypse. When they stopped appearing in town, everyone assumed they were just riding out the pandemic in their underground fortress. But the truth was far more sinister. The police had found the bunker sealed, with signs of a struggle and a mysterious illness that had seemingly wiped out the entire family. But there were no bodies. No explanation. Just an empty, chilling space that the authorities quickly abandoned. Now, here I was, standing before the rusted metal door, the faded police tape fluttering in the wind like a warning. Ripley's paw prints led into the darkness, and I knew I had no choice but to follow. The inside of the bunker was a claustrophobic nightmare. The walls were covered in frantic scribbles, equations, and desperate pleas for help. It was clear that the Vances had been trapped, their sanctuary turned into a tomb. I descended deeper, the air growing thick with the stench of decay. The living quarters were a chaotic jumble of furniture, stained with a strange, coppery substance. A jigsaw puzzle lay unfinished on a table, a chilling reminder of the family's final moments. Then I found the TV. It flickered to life, showing a grainy infrared recording of Daniel Vance, the family patriarch, talking to the camera. He was oblivious to the horrifying truth. His family, seated around the dinner table, were already dead. Their eyes glowed in the infrared light, empty sockets staring into nothingness. Daniel rambled about a mysterious door that had appeared in the bunker, a gateway to something unknown and terrifying. He spoke of a creature lurking on the other side, something that had stolen their technology and their lives. As I watched the recording, I realized the chilling truth. The stains on the furniture, the floor, even the walls, were not blood. They were the remnants of liquefying flesh. Daniel had been living with the corpses of his family, moving them around, pretending they were still alive. The recording ended abruptly, the camera capturing Daniel's final moments as he faced the darkness, surrounded by the glowing eyes of his deceased family. A cold dread washed over me. I had to get out. But as I turned to leave, I saw them. The Vances. Their bodies, pale and decaying, were shuffling towards me, their eyes fixed on me with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. I fled, my heart pounding in my chest. I stumbled through the darkness, down a spiraling staircase, into the depths of the bunker. The workshop was a macabre scene, filled with tools and machinery, and a child's arm lying on a workbench. something moved in the shadows. A figure, thin and skeletal, emerged from the darkness. Then another, and another. The Vances were closing in. I ran, desperate to escape the horrors of the bunker. I found a storage room, hid behind a stack of boxes, and prayed they wouldn't find me. But they did. Daniel Vance, his face a mask of decay, stood before me, his eyes filled with a terrifying mix of fear and desperation. He warned me to leave, to escape the creature that had claimed his family. And then I saw it. A door, rusted and ancient, stood ajar, revealing a horrifying glimpse of what lay beyond. A fleshy, pulsating tunnel lined with teeth, a gateway to an unimaginable nightmare. Daniel shoved me out of the room just as the creature reached through the doorway, its hand, grotesquely large and misshapen, closing around his head. I ran, Ripley by my side, our escape hampered by the corpses that shambled after us. We reached the ladder, but the hatch was jammed. I fumbled with the bolt cutters, my hands shaking, my mind reeling from the horrors I had witnessed. Finally, the lock gave way. I scrambled out of the bunker, Ripley in my arms, and collapsed onto the forest floor. But the nightmare wasn't over. A hand, monstrous and cold, emerged from the darkness, gripping my ankle, pulling me back towards the bunker. I struggled, but it was no use. I was being dragged back into the depths, into the clutches of the creature that had claimed the Vances. Just when I thought all hope was lost, Ripley lunged at the creature, his teeth sinking into its flesh. The grip loosened, and I was free. We fled into the night, the horrors of the bunker fading into the distance. But the memories, the chilling images of the Vances, their glowing eyes, their decaying bodies, would forever haunt my dreams. I moved away, unable to bear the thought of staying in that town, in that house, with the shortwave radio in the basement that sometimes crackled to life with the faint whispers of a man begging for release. The Vances had sought safety in the darkness, but they found only horror. And I, a skeptic who never believed in ghosts, was left with a chilling reminder that some things are best left undisturbed. The road, the trail through Black Rock Forest. I spent all day on it. It's weird I don't think it ends. It was Billy Bramble, his voice getting louder as his mess of red hair appeared in our treehouse. Annie raised an eyebrow at me, as if to say, seriously? She turned to him. You were lost, Billy. Trails don't just go on forever. You got turned around and walked in circles all day. I nodded. Billy wasn't the best with directions, and those thick glasses didn't help him recognize landmarks. But Billy insisted he wasn't lost. He slammed a map down on the treehouse floor. Look. There was something in his voice I'd never heard before, a mix of fear and certainty, like he was telling us something true, but dangerous. His finger traced a route marked in red pen. After the fork, you pass Giant Step, a cluster of moss-covered boulders, and after that, you climb a small hill to here. Now, when you're here, he pointed to the hill and the dry riverbed on its south side. You can turn left and follow the trail back to town, or follow the old riverbed. I can't be wrong. See? Fork, Giant Step, hill, Riverbed. The map says if you follow the riverbed, you'll be out of the forest in 15 minutes. Billy's voice was getting faster, almost frantic. But I walked straight, following the riverbed until it turned into a path, and on for hours, and it never ended. It just kept going. Annie raised both eyebrows this time. We were humoring him, but while Annie wasn't buying it, something inside me was curious. Billy looked up at us, eyes wide and pleading. And it got weird. There were signs and noises and... You got scared? Annie interrupted. Billy blushed and stared at the map, tracing the route with his finger. Look, Billy, I said, trying to be diplomatic. We'll check it out tomorrow, okay? We'll pack some food, bring our maps and compasses, and take a look. It can't hurt. I glanced at Annie, silently pleading with her to play along. Billy didn't have it easy at school or home, and he didn't need his friends mocking him too. She hesitated, rolled her eyes, and agreed, tomorrow. Our memories of the next day are very different. We followed Billy's route exactly, but even with all of us checking our maps, the path we were on didn't seem to exist. The map showed fields, roads, and farmhouses, but the path just kept going, stretching into the distance between the trees. We walked in silence for an hour. Every time one of us started to speak, the words would trail off. Something felt wrong. The sounds of the forest were muted. We could hear 3 birds screeching somewhere, but we never saw them. There was a sense of being watched, and we were all checking behind us more than we'd admit. Every time there was a crack or a noise, we'd freeze. At one point, Annie even grabbed my hand, though she denied it to this day. There was a stillness on that path, a stillness we were disrupting. Annie claimed we were lost and pretended to be angry. She said we were scaring ourselves, that we were just kids, and kids get lost all the time. But I could hear the panic in her voice, like her throat was tightening. I didn't argue. I wanted to get out of there. The place gave me the creeps. Strange stone formations lined the path, pebbles stacked on top of each other, with small, dark wooden carvings next to them. The carvings had runes we couldn't understand, and they seemed to grow from the earth instead of being placed there. There were signs too, with writing we couldn't read. When we looked closer, the wood was almost new, like it had been varnished that morning, but the painted words were old, cracked, and peeling like rust. I think we all sensed something was wrong in that forest, and we each came to our own conclusions about it. Annie denied it loudly. I denied it too, out of fear, thinking if I could convince myself it wasn't real, I could get rid of the feeling that something was lurking out there. But Billy became obsessed. We all drifted apart as we got older, but Billy really isolated himself. We'd been his only friends, both misfits in our own way, but he started pushing us away. We'd sometimes see him heading into the woods with a huge backpack, clearly on some long expedition into the unknown. Annie would joke about him walking in circles for a week. It seemed like she finally convinced herself there was nothing in Black Rock Forest, though I later learned otherwise. Once, I saw Billy return from one of these expeditions, after his mom had been calling all week asking where he was. There was a grim look in his eyes, and when I tried to talk to him, it was like he wasn't all there, like he'd left part of himself in the forest. His hands were shaking, his cheeks were hollow, and he clutched a muddy yellow ribbon that looked like it was stained with blood. When I asked what happened, he just shook his head and looked at me the way an adult looks at a child, like he knew something I couldn't, and walked away. That night, I got a call. The voice sounded like his mom, but deeper, distorted, like she was learning to speak. "Billy is very, very sick," it said. Then silence. Then again, "Billy is very, very sick. Billy is very, very sick indeed and will not be playing with you again." I tried to speak, to ask questions, but the voice continued one last time, "Billy is very, very sick." I assumed he and his mom had the same illness, or something. So, from that day on, I never played with Billy Bramble again. We never really spoke again. He killed himself a few years later. Billy's suicide tore us apart. Annie and I, both of us felt we could have done something, could have stopped it. When we found out he'd been writing strange things in his diary, about there being two of him, about the path that never ended, and how they wouldn't let you see them, I think we both realized we should have done more. His mental health had always been fragile, and the bullying at school, combined with parents who wished he didn't exist, must have taken a toll. But despite that, I never thought Billy seemed suicidal. I guess people never do. I kept this to myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a piece of the puzzle missing. Grief ate away at both Annie and me. I retreated into myself, focused on school, got good grades, went to a good university, made my parents proud. Annie had the opposite reaction. She acted out, blamed herself, turned to drinking and drugs, and never really left our hometown. Last I heard, she was with some dealer and worked part-time at our local pub. Time passed. We grew older. Changed. I did well at university, made some close friends, and got a decent job. But before starting, I had a couple of months free and went home to see my parents for the holidays. One evening, with nothing to do and no friends to call, I decided to go for a drink. And if you want a drink in our town, there's only one place to go, the Crown. I found a seat in the back, ordered a beer, and pulled out a paperback from my bag. It was around 10 p.m. when I heard the argument and her voice. It couldn't be anyone else's. Loud, brash, crackling like electricity. I could hear it through the thin windows. "Annie." There was another voice, lower and meaner, a man's. I could make out an argument. Annie was saying this was it. She wasn't coming back. She couldn't take it anymore, knowing how many other women he had. He was yelling back, louder, calling her names, saying she couldn't leave, then laughing. I heard glass shattering. I moved closer to the window, ignoring the stares from others, trying to hear more through the crack. He was saying she could run wherever she liked, but he'd find her, track her down, and make her regret running her mouth. I could tell he was enjoying this, savoring his power. He said it wasn't like she had anywhere else to go. I heard footsteps, and when I peered through the window, I saw him screaming at Annie as she ran off into the night. He yelled after her, run all you like. I'll find you, Annie Spenwood. I'll find you, and this time I won't be so nice. This time I'll make it last." I knew exactly where she was going. I left the pub, taking a moment to look at the man she'd been arguing with, short, nasty looking, smoking a cigarette and tearing the pack to shreds. I tried to follow Annie without being obvious. I knew she was headed for the forest, the only place he wouldn't find her. She must have been far ahead. I desperately wanted to catch up, to offer her shelter, to get her out of town, to just see her, to help. I remembered the route through the forest, fork, giant step, hill, riverbed. With only my phone's flashlight to guide me, I ran as fast as I could. There were times when I thought I heard her sobbing in the distance, or the sound of footsteps ahead, but when I called her name, there was no response. Fork, giant step, hill, riverbed. I followed the riverbed until it became a path and started seeing those strange rock formations, pebbles stacked on pebbles, with fresh carvings around them, wooden figures, wicker shapes, runes I couldn't understand. There were more of them now, and in the darkness, it sometimes seemed like figures were placing them there, melting into the night when my flashlight beam passed over them. But I knew it was just a trick of the light. I pushed on, down the endless path, shouting her name over and over, Annie. Annie. But there was no answer, only two birds calling to each other, as if mocking me. I was about to give up when I found her bag leaning against a rock. I recognized it, the same worn-out, impractical bag she'd had since we were teenagers. Inside, I found an envelope and $200. I waited there by the empty bag. My phone had no reception, and even if it did, her number must have changed. But there was something else. A sense that I wasn't alone in the dark. Whenever I shone my light on the tree roots, it was as if they were growing, worming their way into the ground. I thought I could hear footsteps, but I couldn't tell if they were moving away or towards me. I decided to turn off my light and just sit in the darkness. As I sat there, trying to quiet my breathing, the two birds continued to call. Maybe it was my imagination, or the adrenaline, but the calls started to sound like words, like they were saying Annie, 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 Annie. Mocking me or mimicking me. Terror gripped me. I realized we were right all those years ago. There was something wrong with this road. In the dim moonlight, I felt the trees closing in, and the voices were screaming back at me from the darkness. Annie, Annie, Annie. Between her name, I could hear rustling in the bushes, in the trees, and something like the rhythm of feet on the ground, but deeper, lower. The rustling turned into a low hum, then back to rustling. Sounds changed and warped around me. I hated myself for it, but I knew I had to get out. I turned and ran. As I ran back down the straight path, I felt footsteps behind me getting faster and faster, as if whatever I'd been following was now following me. The unseen birds were all around me, screaming her name, Annie, Annie, Annie. My breath was ragged in my chest, and whatever was chasing me was getting closer and closer. I thought about running into the woods, leaving the path, but something deep down told me that wasn't an option. Whatever power this place held would be 1,000 times worse in there. So I kept running until I found the riverbed, climbed the hill, past Giant Step, and all the way home. I said nothing to my parents and sat in bed with all the lights on until sunrise. Since then, I've been determined not to let Annie down again. I know she's down that path somewhere, alone and afraid, and I will find her. I started mapping the path in daylight, tying ribbons to trees every 500 meters. I've been taking notes of the runes, when and where they appear, and the carvings. I stay silent, so the caws are just caws. Though I still haven't seen the birds. I've noticed other things. There's no sun on the path, and there are no shadows. The air is still, as if it exists outside of time. Annie's envelope had a long letter to Billy, too painful to read. But when I skimmed the first page, I could feel her pain. She kept saying how sorry she was, how she should have believed him, how she wished he was there because she needed him more than ever. Had she been planning to go down the path before this? Or did she just carry the letter around? Was it part of a breakdown? I have so many questions. Day by day, I get a little further down the path. But no matter how far I go, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. Whoever, whatever, is out there is watching me. I'm sure of it. And only when I figure out why will I be able to find her. But there's a reason I'm writing this, a reason I'm getting all this down. I've been noticing changes on the path. The runes are changing, the messages are getting longer, and I think I might be starting to understand them. They correspond with the carvings and figures, and it seems like they work together to tell some kind of story. What the stories are, I'm not sure. But I feel like these stories might not be told by people, but by the path itself, as if whatever power lurks here is folding in on itself infinitely. There are ribbons that aren't mine, ribbons that weren't there before. They're a different color, at different intervals. I've marked them on my map, but they feel different. Often when I see a new ribbon for the first time, I'll hear footsteps in the distance. No matter how fast I turn, I can never catch whatever's making them, but they're there. Ribbons the color of the sun, a deep yellow, that seem to shine in the morning air. I've never stayed until nightfall. I always set off early so I can get back before dark, but I feel like these ribbons would shine even then. I feel like my ribbons mark my understanding of the path, and these ribbons mark its understanding of me. And I think the more it knows, the more it starts to hate me. Sometimes the birds will scream her name, or mine, so loud that I have to crouch down and cover my ears. But yesterday, when I came back from the path, I saw something that changed everything. Something that made my blood run cold. There, tied around the gate in front of my house, was a yellow ribbon. The front door was open a crack, and I could hear the phone ringing inside. But I couldn't take my eyes off the ribbon. A ribbon the color of the sun. I took your advice. I realized that if I wanted to find Annie before the path swallowed her up, or before whatever was out there got her, I had to move faster. I couldn't just walk like I had been. So I took my bike and packed a bag with food, water, and essentials, just like when we were kids. I woke up early, attaching a GoPro to my backpack, facing backward, hoping to catch glimpses of whatever was following me. The morning air was brittle and cold. I could see my breath as I rode down into the woods, onto that familiar path. Fork, giant step, hill, riverbed. The bike slowed me down a little, gave my mind time to wander. I thought about Billy, his red hair, his toothy grin, the way he'd puff out his chest when he was proud of himself. I thought about how he tried to hide his black eyes after getting beat up, mumbling excuses, turning his face away. I have one vivid memory of Billy and Annie. He told us there were goldfish in a lake outside of town, and we hadn't believed him. We teased him mercilessly. There are no goldfish in the wild, Billy. Goldfish are only in pet shops, Billy. Annie was relentless. But Billy was patient, crouching by the lake, peering through his glasses, waiting. And waiting. And waiting. Annie and I got bored, kicked up a fuss, threatened to leave. But then, like a heron, Billy darted forward, cupped his hands in the water, and turned to show us a goldfish. It shimmered in the sunlight, a deep, fiery orange, the color of a sunset. He smiled so wide I thought his face would split, and I could feel his pride radiating off him. He puffed out his chest and didn't even have to say, "I told you so." He just stood there, the goldfish flopping in his hands. Annie didn't say anything either. She just smiled back, happy for him, sharing his joy. Wordlessly, she held out her hands, took the fish, and gently lowered it back into the water. They crouched together by the lake and watched the goldfish swim away, its brilliant orange fading to black. For a while, they were silent. No one had one. They didn't mention the fish again that day. We spent the rest of it shrieking, laughing, chasing each other until we collapsed in a heap, exhausted, and lay there until dark, basking in the summer sun and each other's company. We were bound by the secret of that summer day and the fish that shouldn't exist. That memory played in my mind as I cycled down the path, its emptiness now somewhat familiar. I heard the familiar caw, the half-voice, half-cry, and ignored it. I pedaled on. I pedaled through the stillness, the carvings and signs of blur, the wind in my hair. I let my daydreams take over, the path so straight I didn't have to steer, just keep pedaling and think. I stopped every now and then to tie a new ribbon, marking longer stretches now that I was cycling. I stopped around midday for lunch. I sat for a while after eating, as long as I could allow myself, and found myself almost enjoying the stillness. It still felt wrong, but there was something liberating about it. I was an intruder, but that came with freedom. I felt, for the first time in years, like I could do whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. But my thoughts kept returning to Annie, and I pushed on. I must have lost track of time, lost in my daydreams. Or maybe time works differently on the path, just like space does. The way it unfolds in front of you feels like déjà vu. The same stone formations, the same carvings, the same dirt, the same trees, the same blank sky. When I checked my watch, it was 5 p.m. Shit. I'd been cycling since sunrise. Even if I rode faster than I had all day, there was no way I was making it back before dark. Panic started to rise. My heart raced as I desperately pedaled back, pedaling so hard my legs screamed in pain, until the trees and sky blurred into one muted color. Tears streamed down my face, but I pushed harder, as fast as I could. And the light began to drain from the world, like it was being sucked away by the trees, replaced with darkness. As I slowed down and came to a stop, I realized there was no way I was getting out before nightfall. Something in me resisted the idea of going too far into the woods, but I had no choice. I felt something worse would come if I stayed on the path. As it got darker and the path seemed to shrink, I knew I had to find a clearing and spend the night. I figured I'd use my coat as a blanket and my bag as a pillow. I found a clearing not too far from the path and was about to set my bag down when I felt a prickle of warning, that sixth sense that stops you from stepping into the road, the feeling you get when you realize someone's moved the furniture in your room. Something primal in my brain told me it wasn't safe. So I climbed a nearby tree, up off the forest floor, and sat in the crook of its branches, resting my head against the trunk. I didn't really need to sleep, anyway. I just needed to be safe for the night. And it was in that tree that night finally fell, and the world around me was swallowed by darkness. I couldn't see a thing. I clung to the branch, my heart pounding in my chest. Every creak of the tree, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent shivers down my spine. I imagined eyes watching me from the darkness, unseen creatures lurking just beyond my limited vision. Hours seemed to crawl by. I tried to focus on the good memories, the day with the goldfish, the laughter, the warmth of the summer sun. But those memories were constantly invaded by the chilling reality of Billy's death, Annie's disappearance, and the growing dread that I was in terrible danger. Then, just when I thought the night would never end, I heard it. The voice. N-I-E. It was closer than before, a guttural rasp that seemed to slither through the trees. It was mimicking my voice again, but this time, it was even more distorted, more inhuman. It sounded like something dead trying to speak. N-I-E. The voice was moving. I could hear the leaves crunching under its unseen feet. It was circling the tree, getting closer. N-I-E. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing myself against the rough bark, praying it wouldn't find me. The voice grew louder, more insistent. N-I-E. N-I-E. Then, abruptly, it changed. It wasn't my voice anymore. It was a high-pitched, frantic screech that made my ears ring. It sounded like a child. The screeching went on, echoing through the forest, growing louder and louder until I thought my eardrums would burst. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it was no use. The sound pierced through, filling my head with a cacophony of terror. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the screeching stopped. Silence descended once more, heavy and suffocating. I stayed frozen in place, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, I cautiously lowered my hands from my ears. The forest was still silent. Had it gone? I waited, holding my breath, straining to hear any sound. But there was nothing. Just the faint whisper of the wind through the leaves. Slowly, I began to relax. Maybe it had given up. Maybe I was safe. Then, a new sound reached my ears. A soft, whimpering cry. Jacob? My blood ran cold. It was Annie's voice. Or was it? The voice was faint, weak, and filled with fear. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the woods. Jacob? Jakey? Where are you? I wanted to scream back, to tell her I was here, but fear held me back. What if it wasn't really her? What if it was the path, mimicking her voice to lure me in? Jakey? Please, help me. The voice was growing fainter, more desperate. I couldn't just stay there and do nothing. Annie needed me. I climbed down from the tree, my legs shaky. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to penetrate the thick canopy, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I could see the ribbons now, hundreds of them, fluttering in the breeze. They seemed to be everywhere, leading deeper into the woods. I followed the sound of Annie's voice, pushing through the undergrowth, my heart pounding in my chest. The path was behind me now, but I could still feel its presence, like a malevolent force watching my every move. Annie! I shouted. Where are you? Jakey, her voice cried back, closer now. I'm here. Help me. I ran towards the sound, stumbling over roots and rocks. The ribbons seemed to be guiding me, leading me deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest. Finally, I saw her. She was sitting on the ground, her back against a tree, her face pale and drawn. She looked up at me with wide, terrified eyes. Jacob, she whispered. You came. I rushed to her side, kneeling down and taking her hand. It was cold and trembling. Annie, what happened? Are you okay? She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. He followed me, she sobbed. Mark, he followed me here. I felt a surge of anger. That bastard. He followed her into the woods, into this cursed place. Where is he? I asked, my voice tight with rage. She pointed a trembling finger towards the trees. He went that way. He said he was going to teach me a lesson. I helped her to her feet. Come on, I said. Let's get out of here. But as I turned to lead her away, I saw it. Standing in the shadows, just beyond the reach of the nascent sunlight, was a figure. It was tall and thin, its limbs impossibly long and slender. Its skin was pale and smooth, like polished marble. And its eyes were black pits, devoid of any light or life. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The figure stepped forward, its movements fluid and silent. It raised a hand, its long, bony fingers reaching towards us. Annie gasped, burying her face in my shoulder. Jacob, she whimpered. What is that? I didn't know. But I knew one thing. We were in terrible danger. The figure was closing in, its eyes fixed on us with a chilling intensity. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. We were trapped. There was no escape. Then I remembered the GoPro. I'd attached it to my backpack, hoping to capture evidence of whatever was following me. Maybe it had caught something. Maybe it could help us. I fumbled with the backpack, my hand shaking. I pulled out the camera and pressed the play button. The screen flickered to life, showing the footage from my journey. I fast-forwarded through the early part, the familiar sights of the path, the fork, the giant step, the hill, the riverbed. Then I reached the point where I'd entered the woods. The image on the screen began to distort, the colors swirling and shifting. Then, a figure appeared. It was the same figure that was standing before us now, tall and thin, with pale skin and black eyes. But this time, it was different. This time, it was smiling. A wide, grotesque grin stretched across its face, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. Its eyes gleamed with a malevolent light. And then, it spoke. Its voice was a low, guttural growl, filled with malice and hunger. "Welcome," it said, "to the path that never ends." I must be going crazy. I can see a town that doesn't exist. My name is Jack Reynolds. I'm a Yellowstone National Park Ranger, and I need some advice. I've spent years fighting wildfires for the National Park Service, and after 2 decades in the field, I thought I'd seen everything. Then, just this morning, an entire town materialized out of thin air in the middle of Yellowstone. My partner, Ben, and I are the only ones who seem to realize it. We're not alone in this impossible town, though. People live here, work here, go about their daily lives with no idea that they've somehow appeared inside one of America's most famous national parks. Ben was the first to notice it. He'd been driving through the valley before dawn and saw a brand new sign on the road. "Welcome to Grimwood," it proclaimed. Then, around the next bend, he saw it, a motel, nestled amongst the trees as if it had always been there. That's when he turned around to come and get me. We drove up the valley together in our trusty old Chevy Blazer, taking the long way around. Neither of us wanted to go through the town until we knew what we were dealing with. We parked at the base of the mountain and hiked up, the scent of pine needles and damp earth thick in the air. We crossed the railroad tracks, past a small gas station with a lone oil drum full of diesel fuel and another filled with water. Old cars lined the street, some rusted and covered in moss, others gleaming as if they'd just rolled off the assembly line. Grimwood wasn't a ghost town, it was alive. Disturbingly alive. Ben and I entered cautiously. Despite its quaint appearance, a prickling sense of unease warned me that this place could be dangerous. We didn't run into any trouble, but the residents were strange. Most ignored us completely, lost in their own worlds, while others gave us fleeting, unsettling glances. "Some of these people look familiar," I muttered to Ben, my eyes scanning the faces in the diner. He nodded, his brow furrowed. "I know what you mean, Jack." I recognized a couple of people too. "It's weird. It's weird." The words echoed in my head as I watched a man carrying a bucket stroll down the sidewalk. He moved with an eerie sense of purpose, his eyes fixed straight ahead, never wavering. He turned the corner, vanishing from sight, and I noticed another person staring directly at me. Tall and thin, with a pale, gaunt face and a shock of unkempt brown hair, he stood in the doorway of a small coffee shop. He wore a faded blue hiking jacket, the same shade as the one worn by the missing hiker we'd searched for last week. That's when it hit me. The reason these people seemed familiar. They were all people who had vanished from national parks. We started talking to everyone we could, trying to piece together this impossible puzzle. Some refused to speak, their eyes filled with a chilling blankness. Others were friendly enough, but none of them knew why they were here. As far as they were concerned, they lived in Grimwood, Montana. They weren't sure when they arrived, and many couldn't remember much of anything before their lives here. They told us they'd been here for years. Some had been born and raised in this town that shouldn't exist, attending school and growing old within its invisible borders. An older woman named Mary, with kind eyes and a warm smile, told us she had no idea she'd been reported missing. She worked at the local hardware store and claimed to have lived in Grimwood for over 45 years. "What about your husband?" I asked. "Do you have children? Grandchildren?" She shook her head. "No. I've never married." "How do you feel about being here? Do you miss anywhere else? Your family, maybe?" Again, she shook her head. "Not really. This is my home." As far as she knew, this was the only home she'd ever known. I tried to ask if she missed her family, but she just smiled serenely and told me that her family was right here in Grimwood, Montana. A wave of dread washed over me as we left the hardware store and climbed back into our park ranger truck. "I really don't like this, Jack," Ben said, his voice low. "I've had the feeling of being watched ever since we entered this town." He was staring at a man standing by a large semi-trailer outside the diner, a jug of milk in his hand. The man's face was eerily vacant, his eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the horizon. "Jack, are you listening to me?" Ben's voice was sharp with fear. I snapped back to reality. "Sorry, what did you say?" I said, "I think we should leave. Now." I looked around the town, a chilling realization dawning on me. So many people here shouldn't exist. All of them seemingly normal, going about their lives in this impossible place. How could this be? I agree. "Let's go," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We drove away from Grimwood, the forest closing in around us like a suffocating blanket. Ben was shaking, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. "I'm going to call this in," he said, his voice trembling. "This whole thing is insane, but we have to document it. An entire town, full of missing people. It just appeared in the middle of Yellowstone." I nodded. "Okay, I'll be in the cabin. I need some time to process all this." I sat down on the couch in the cabin, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unreality. The image of the hiker, alive and well in that impossible town, kept flashing through my mind. He died out there, alone and lost. I'd seen his body. I stood up and started pacing, my mind racing. What am I supposed to make of all this? I muttered to myself. Is this some kind of sick joke? Did the government put a town in Yellowstone for some reason? Or is it something worse? A knock on the door startled me. "Come in," I yelled. Two men entered, both dressed in black suits, their faces grim. "Are you the one in charge here?" one of them asked. I nodded, my heart pounding. The man wore a badge on his chest and a gun on his hip. He looked like an FBI agent. I was about to tell them everything, but something in their eyes made me hesitate. Would they believe me? Could they even comprehend what I'd seen? They weren't FBI, as it turned out. They claimed to be from a private company that dealt with the otherworldly. So, do you know why I've been assigned to this case? The taller of the two said, his voice flat. You're the only one in the park who knows anything about this. I nodded. Ben knows too, but I think you already know that. It's pretty weird. The town you described doesn't exist. Not according to our data. Yes, it does, I insisted, surprised by their denial. It's a lie, the second man said, his voice sharp. He had short blonde hair and wore glasses. We checked every single point on the map, every house, every business. There is nothing there. Bullshit. I exploded. You can't tell me you've been everywhere in the park and haven't noticed it. When I first came to the park, I saw the sign for Grimwood. I thought it was a joke at first, but then I saw the motel, the gas station, the diner, the hardware store, and the people. The man with the glasses nodded slowly. But we've checked every inch of the surrounding area. We've looked at aerial photos, satellite images. We've even flown over the valley with a helicopter. Well, maybe you should have a look again. Maybe you missed something, I said defiantly. We didn't. There's nothing there. It's not possible. Do I have to show you myself? I asked, frustration rising in my voice. The two men exchanged glances. Then the shorter one nodded. Very well. If you're so sure you've seen something unusual, we'll take you there. Thank you, I said, relieved. We drove deeper into the park in their unmarked car, the silence broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the radio. The two agents, whose names I still didn't know, seemed more skeptical than ever. I could feel their eyes on me, their doubt a tangible presence in the confined space. After an hour of driving through the winding roads, we came to a hill overlooking a wide valley. It should be right around this bend, I said, my voice tight with anticipation. We rounded the corner, and I saw it, the sign. Welcome to Grimwood, it declared in bold, black letters against a faded white background. Did you see that? I exclaimed, my voice filled with a mixture of triumph and relief. The sign. It's real. The agents exchanged a bewildered glance. I'm sorry, what? The shorter one asked, his brow furrowed. The sign. Right there. I pointed towards it, my frustration growing. He shook his head. I don't see anything. He pulled off the road and stopped the car right before the sign. He turned off the engine and looked at me, his expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. Maybe we should get out and look again, he suggested, his tone condescending. I practically leaped out of the car and ran over to the sign. It's right here. I shouted, my voice echoing in the stillness of the forest. The agent with the glasses followed me, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. He looked over my shoulder, his eyes scanning the area where the sign stood. What the hell is this? He muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. It's a sign. It says Grimwood. I yelled, my patience wearing thin. He stared at me, his eyes narrowed. I grabbed his arm and pulled him closer, trying to get him to see what I saw. Can't you read? I demanded. He pulled away, rolling his eyes. Read what? It says Grimwood. I shouted again, my voice cracking with frustration. What the hell are you talking about? He yelled back, his face turning red. I pointed at the sign, my finger trembling. Look. The name of the town. The man sighed, his shoulders slumping. There's no sign there, he said, his voice flat. I was about to unleash my fury on the agent when I saw her. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone walking towards us from the woods, coming from the direction of the town. It was Mary, the older woman from the hardware store. My eyes lit up, and I pointed at her. Mary! I yelled excitedly. The agent turned to face the old woman, his expression shifting from annoyance to surprise. His mouth opened to say something, but before he could utter a word, Mary lunged at him with unnatural speed. She slammed into him, sending him flying backwards into a tree with a sickening thud. You shouldn't have come back, Ranger, she hissed, her voice a guttural growl. With lightning speed, she turned her attention to the agent with glasses. Run! I screamed, scrambling back towards the car. It was too late for the other agent. Mary was upon him, her hands moving with terrifying swiftness. I heard a sickening crack, and the agent's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Panic surged through me. I fumbled with the car door, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get it open. I threw myself into the driver's seat and tried to start the engine, but it sputtered and died. Mary stood directly in front of the car, blocking my escape. What the fuck are you? I stammered, my voice trembling with fear. You should never have come here, she snarled. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. What the hell is going on? I yelled, my voice echoing in the sudden silence. She lunged forward, her face contorted in a grotesque snarl. Her teeth had lengthened into sharp fangs, and she snapped at me, her breath hot and foul. I recoiled, narrowly avoiding her bite, and rammed my fist into her stomach. God damn it! I yelled, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I grabbed her shoulders and threw her against the side of the car. She slid across the hood and fell to the ground with a thud. I jumped out of the car and kicked her in the ribs, my fear giving way to rage. I'm going to kill you, I growled. She smiled, a chilling, predatory grin that sent shivers down my spine. I've been dead for years, honey. I was about to strike again when a hand grabbed my arm and yanked me backwards. I spun around, my heart pounding, and stared at the person who had intervened. It was Ben. He had followed us. What the hell are you doing? I yelled, my voice filled with confusion and anger. Don't be stupid, Jack. We have to get back to the cabin, he said, his voice urgent. I shook my head. No. We can't run from these things. I was stunned. What the hell is wrong with you? He slapped me hard across the face. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. I rubbed my cheek, staring at Ben in disbelief. What are you talking about? His eyes were wide with panic, and I heard Mary getting up behind me. You have to leave now. Right fucking now. He grabbed me by the collar and pushed me towards the driver's seat of the dead agent's car. Get in, he yelled. And drive. What about you? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I can't fight them anymore. You know how many rangers they've taken, he said, his voice filled with despair. Just get out of here. We just found out about the town yesterday. How do you know this? I yelled, my mind reeling. You just found out about the town, he replied, his voice heavy with meaning. The fuck does that mean? Just go. I'll keep Mary occupied. Get back to the cabin and read my journal, he said, his voice firm. I don't believe this, I muttered, my head spinning. He nodded. I know. I threw the car into gear and sped away, tires screaming as I tore down the road. In the rearview mirror, I saw Ben jump on Mary, his form seeming larger, more powerful than I'd ever seen him. He pinned her arms to the ground, his face a mask of fury. Fuck you. Mary shrieked. Ben punched her in the face, and she went limp. Stay down, bitch, he snarled. The last thing I saw was Ben running towards Grimwood, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows of the trees. I was alone. I drove back to the cabin, my mind racing with questions. What was going on? What were those things? And what did Ben know? I found his journal hidden under his mattress. As I started to read, a wave of nausea washed over me. There was so much I never knew about him, about Grimwood, about the horrifying truth lurking beneath the surface of this impossible town. The cabin felt colder now, the shadows deeper. I huddled under a thin blanket, Ben's journal clutched in my trembling hands. The words swam before my eyes, each one a chilling revelation. Ben had known about Grimwood for years. He'd been documenting its appearances, its disappearances, its inhabitants. He'd even had encounters with them, those things wearing the faces of the missing. He called them the lost. According to his journal, Grimwood wasn't just a town, it was a trap, a gateway to some other place, some other reality. The lost weren't human, they were something else, something ancient and malevolent. They lured people to Grimwood, trapping them in their spectral existence, feeding on their life force, their memories, their very souls. Ben had been trying to stop them, to warn people, to find a way to destroy Grimwood. He'd been working with others, a secret group dedicated to protecting the world from the supernatural. But they were losing. The lost were growing stronger, their influence spreading. And now Ben was gone, lost to Grimwood like so many others. A wave of despair washed over me. I was alone, trapped in this nightmare with no one to turn to. The agents were dead, their bodies lying cold and lifeless in the forest. And Ben. I couldn't bear to think about what might have happened to him. I closed the journal, the weight of its revelations crushing me. What was I supposed to do? How could I possibly fight against something so powerful, so insidious? A sound outside the cabin snapped me out of my thoughts. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Was it Mary? Had she come back for me? I crept towards the window, peering out into the darkness. The wind howled through the trees, casting eerie shadows that danced across the ground. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Something was out there. I grabbed the agent's gun from the table, my hand trembling as I checked the chamber. It was loaded. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. I had to be ready. Another sound, closer this time. A scratching at the door. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the doorknob. It slowly began to turn. I raised the gun, my finger tightening on the trigger. The door creaked open, revealing a figure shrouded in darkness. Ben? I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure stepped into the light, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't Ben. It was Mary. But she was different. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, and her skin was pale and translucent, almost ghostly. Her smile was a grotesque parody of the kind expression I had seen earlier. "Hello, Jack," she said, her voice a chilling whisper. "We've been expecting you." Mary glided towards me, her spectral form flickering in the dim light. Her touch sent a chill through my bones, a coldness that seemed to seep into my very soul. I stumbled back, my foot catching on the leg of the table. I fell to the floor, the gun clattering away from my grasp. "There's no escape, Jack," Mary whispered, her voice a haunting echo in the confines of the cabin. "You're one of us now." I scrambled backwards, desperation clawing at my throat. "Stay away from me," I yelled, my voice hoarse with fear. She knelt beside me, her glowing eyes boring into mine. "Don't be afraid, Jack," she said, her voice deceptively soothing. "It's time to embrace your new life, your new reality." Her hand reached out, her touch sending a jolt of icy terror through my veins. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But it never came. Instead, I heard a guttural roar, a sound of pure animalistic rage. I opened my eyes to see Ben standing in the doorway, his silhouette framed against the moonlight. He was different, though. His eyes burned with an unnatural fire, and his skin seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. He looked feral. He lunged at Mary, tackling her to the ground. They grappled, their forms a blur of motion in the dim light. I scrambled away, my heart pounding in my chest. The fight was brutal, a clash of supernatural forces that defied comprehension. Ben snarled and growled, his strength amplified by some unknown power. Mary shrieked and clawed, her spectral form flickering and fading with every blow. Finally, with a final, desperate lunge, Ben sank his teeth into Mary's neck. She screamed, her form dissolving into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the night. Ben stood over the spot where Mary had been, his chest heaving, his eyes still glowing with that unnatural light. He turned towards me, and a shiver of fear ran down my spine. He looked like a predator, a creature of the night. "Ben?" I whispered, my voice trembling. He took a step towards me, and I flinched. He stopped, his expression softening slightly. "Jack," he said, his voice raspy and unfamiliar. "You need to leave. Now." "What about you?" I asked, my voice barely audible. He shook his head. "I can't leave. I'm not like you anymore." "What do you mean?" He looked down at his hands, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resignation. "I'm one of them now, Jack. I'm lost." "No," I whispered, my heart breaking. He looked up at me, his eyes pleading. "Please, Jack. Go. Don't let them take you too." I hesitated, torn between my fear and my loyalty to my partner. But I knew he was right. I couldn't stay. I couldn't risk becoming one of them. I stumbled out of the cabin, my legs shaking, my mind reeling. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I ran through the forest, the darkness closing in around me. The wind howled through the trees, whispering my name, beckoning me towards Grimwood. But I kept running, driven by a primal fear that gnawed at my soul. I never looked back. I never returned to Yellowstone. The memory of Grimwood haunts me still, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of our world. And the image of Ben, my friend, my partner, lost to the shadows, forever trapped in that town that shouldn't exist, will forever be etched into my mind. The drizzle painted the leaves with an eerie sheen, the scent of pine heavy in the air as we crept through the undergrowth. My granddad, Robert Sr., and I, Robert Jr., were on our annual hunting trip, but this one felt different. A chill clung to the air, a sense of foreboding that had nothing to do with the cold. I ran my tongue over my teeth, trying to focus. I raised the rifle, a nozzler, a weapon far too fine for a hunter as inept as myself. Truth be told, I wasn't even sure I agreed with hunting, ethically speaking. But spending time with Granddad, that was the real reason I was here. He was a captivating man, a man of the woods, and these trips were a privilege. We were stalking a pair of deer, magnificent creatures that moved with an uncanny awareness. "Stay low, Robbie," Granddad murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "Move to your right, past that bush. You'll have a clean shot." I nodded, my heart pounding not from the thrill of the hunt, but from a growing unease. I crept into position, the rifle heavy in my hands. I saw Granddad's thumbs up from the corner of my eye, and I squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed through the silent woods, missing its mark by a mile. Birds erupted from a nearby tree, their frantic cries adding to the sudden chaos. The deer wheeled around, startled, and bolted into the dense undergrowth. "Damn it," Granddad muttered, rising from his cover and firing a hasty shot. He missed too. We watched in silence as the deer vanished into the shadows. "Damn it, Robbie," Granddad chuckled, shaking his head. "Every time I think I've taught you something, you manage to pull off some magnificent blunder." "Hey, you know what they say," I retorted, trying to lighten the mood. "Don't judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree." "You're my grandson," he said, his voice firm. I'm judging you on your ability to swim, fishy. We pushed through the bush, following the trail the deer had taken. Suddenly, Granddad stopped, his hand raised, his head cocked. A silence fell, thick and heavy. I strained my ears, every nerve on high alert. A rustling sound emerged from the depths of the forest, growing louder, closer. It was coming from the direction the deer had fled. Jesus, Granddad grunted. They're coming back this way. Must have seen a... He was cut off as the deer burst from the bushes, charging straight towards us. Shit. I yelled, fumbling with the rifle. They weren't trying to avoid us, they were running at us. Damn it, Steve, down. Granddad roared, tackling me to the ground. Steve? We crashed behind the fallen log just as the deer leaped over us. Granddad scrambled into position, his rifle trained on the path ahead. Something spooked them, he muttered, his voice low and tense. A wolf, maybe. Or a bear. A wolf? Here? Wouldn't be surprised. Something's not right. Silence descended again, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. We waited, every muscle taut, every sense on high alert. But nothing came. Granddad slowly got to his feet. Weird, he muttered, his eyes scanning the woods. Let's get out of here. As we made our way back, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Why did you call me Steve? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Granddad looked at me, his brow furrowed. Did I? Must have been the heat of the moment. You remind me of an old friend sometimes. Steve? Yeah, Steve. He's not around anymore. What happened to him? Granddad's face darkened. Another story for another time, he said, his voice tight. Let's just get back to camp. We emerged onto a small hill, the trees opening up to reveal a valley shrouded in a thick, unnatural fog. And then I saw it. A deer stood motionless, its eyes fixed on us. It was one of the deer from earlier, I was sure of it. But there was something wrong. It wasn't moving. It wasn't even blinking. The hell? Granddad whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. It's barely breathing. Look at its chest. I followed his gaze. The deer stood frozen, one hoof resting against a tree trunk, its eyes wide and lifeless. Granddad clapped his hands, trying to startle it. Nothing. Then, with a sickening slowness, the deer turned its head, its eyes locking onto mine. A wave of nausea washed over me. We need to go, Granddad said, his voice urgent. Now! We edged away, the deer's unblinking gaze burning into our backs. I didn't breathe until I was out of sight. That night, after a meal that tasted like ash in my mouth, I crawled into my tent, the events of the day replaying in my mind. I zipped the tent flap shut, seeking a sense of security that wouldn't come. The rustling started sometime after 3. It was outside my tent, close. I held my breath, my heart pounding against my ribs. A rabbit, I told myself. It had to be a rabbit. But the image of the deer, frozen and lifeless, wouldn't leave my mind. Something pressed against the tent, right by my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will it away. The rustling continued, followed by a scratching sound that set my teeth on edge. And then, a voice. It's barely breathing, it rasped, the words devoid of any inflection. Look at its chest. Granddad's voice. But it wasn't Granddad. Panic seized me. I fumbled for the zipper, my hand shaking. I had to see. I threw open the tent flap and shone my lantern into the darkness. Nothing. There was nothing there. Granddad? I called out, my voice trembling. Only the wind answered. I crept towards Granddad's tent. Granddad? I whispered. A groan came from within. What the hell? Are you okay? Of course I'm okay. What's wrong with you? Nothing. See you in the morning. I stumbled back to my tent, my mind reeling. What had I heard? Who had I heard? Sleep finally came, but it was filled with disturbing dreams. I saw the deer again, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I saw the shadowy figure in the woods, its form shifting and distorted. And I heard the voice whispering my name. Morning arrived, pale and sickly. I emerged from the tent to find Granddad staring out at the valley, his face etched with worry. You were sleepwalking last night, I said, my voice hoarse. He turned to me, his eyes filled with a chilling recognition. So it wasn't a dream, he muttered. It's the same place. The exact same place. What are you talking about? He ignored my question, his gaze fixed on the valley below. A flock of crows circled above the trees, their cawing echoing through the stillness. They circled and circled, never breaking formation. We need to leave, Granddad said, his voice firm. Now! We packed up our gear in a hurried silence, the sense of dread hanging heavy in the air. As we made our way through the woods, Granddad's pace was quick, his eyes constantly scanning the trees. What's going on? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What aren't you telling me? I made a mistake once, he said, his voice grim. I lost a good friend. I won't let the same thing happen to you. We passed a pond, its surface covered in a thick layer of moss. 3 deer stood in the water, their bodies submerged up to their necks, their eyes fixed on us. They didn't move. They didn't blink. One of the deer rose from the water, its movements slow and deliberate. Granddad grabbed my arm and pulled me along. Don't stop, he hissed. Just keep moving. We burst into a clearing, and Granddad skidded to a halt. A shadow moved in the trees at the edge of the clearing, its form indistinct but undeniably present. Did you come back for me, Robert? A voice whispered. The air grew cold, the light fading as the shadow approached. I raised my rifle, my finger trembling on the trigger. Keep moving, Granddad said, his voice strained. I'll be right behind you. Granddad raised his rifle, but instead of firing at the shadow, he fired a shot into the air. The sound cracked through the silence, and I flinched, my ears ringing. "Run!" he yelled. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted through the trees, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I risked a glance back, but Granddad wasn't there. He told me to run, but should I go back? I had to. I turned, ready to charge back into the clearing, when Granddad stumbled up from the trees, his face ashen. "Get that damn thing out of my face, you idiot," he gasped, swatting away my rifle. We ran. We didn't stop running until we reached the truck, the familiar sight of it a beacon of safety in the encroaching darkness. We piled in, Granddad fumbling with the keys, the engine roaring to life like a startled beast. As we sped down the dirt road, away from the haunted woods, I finally found my voice. "What was it?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What did you see?" "It tried to speak to me," he said, his voice low and filled with fear. It used your voice." A shiver ran down my spine. The voice in the tent. The voice in the clearing. It wasn't Granddad. It was something else, something pretending to be him. "What did it say?" I whispered. Granddad's grip tightened on the steering wheel. It said it was Steve. Steve. Granddad's friend. The friend who was not around anymore. What happened to Steve? I asked, the question a cold knot in my stomach. Granddad didn't answer. He just kept driving, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, the shadows of the trees stretching out like long, grasping fingers. We left the woods behind that day, but the woods never left us. The memory of the deer, the voice, the shadow in the clearing, it haunted my dreams for months. And Granddad, he was never the same. He grew quiet, withdrawn, his eyes always filled with a distant fear. He never spoke of Steve again. He never spoke of the woods. And I never asked. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls and the trees creak, I hear a whisper in the darkness. A voice calling my name. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that we didn't escape the woods that day. The woods escaped with us. The wind howled through Whisperwood Campground, carrying with it the scent of decaying leaves and a hint of something ancient and unsettling. Halloween was always a busy time for us, but this year felt different. The air crackled with an eerie energy, and the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. My name is Jack, and I've been the caretaker of Whisperwood for as long as I can remember. This sprawling 300-acre woodland in the heart of the Adirondack Mountains has been in my family for generations. We've hosted countless campers over the years, each with their own stories and experiences. But beneath the surface of campfire songs and s'mores, there lies a darker truth, a hidden world of whispers and shadows that only a few have truly glimpsed. Years ago, I compiled a survival guide for our guests, a slim brochure titled How to Survive Your Camping Experience. Most folks chuckle at the title, assuming it's a harmless joke. But the seasoned campers, the ones who've seen things they can't explain, they understand. The guide is a blend of practical advice and arcane warnings. Have a sturdy, waterproof container for spare clothes. I advise. Place solar lights near your tent stakes. Standard camping wisdom. But then the tone shifts, delving into the realm of the uncanny. If you hear something trying to enter your tent at night, sit up and say in a clear, calm voice that you are not receiving visitors. Don't follow the lights. If you see a group of people dancing in a circle around a fire, you may join them. But do not look at the musicians. These rules are born from blood and sacrifice, from generations of encounters with the creatures that roam Whisperwood. We do our best to keep our guests safe, setting traps, performing ancient rituals, closing the campground during sacred times. But ultimately, their fate rests in their own hands. This Halloween, the campground was teeming with eager campers, their laughter echoing through the trees. But as dusk settled and the shadows lengthened, a sense of unease crept over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wicked was stirring. During my morning patrol on the ATV, I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the woods, shrouded in mist. As I drew closer, I realized it was an old woman, her face etched with wrinkles, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. She held out a gnarled hand, beckoning me closer. Rule number 12. If you're approached by an old woman offering you a drink from a cauldron, accept. It will taste foul and you will experience vivid hallucinations, but this is better than the curse she will bestow upon you if you refuse. I recognized the old woman. She was known as Morwen, a witch who dwelt deep within Whisperwood. Legend had it that she possessed ancient magic, and her wrath was as fearsome as the storms that raged through the mountains. I dismounted the ATV, my heart pounding in my chest, and approached Morwen cautiously. She offered me a drink from her cauldron, a bubbling concoction that smelled of sulfur and decay. I steeled myself and took a sip. The liquid burned my throat, and the world around me began to swirl and distort. "Thank you for the drink," I managed to choke out. Morwen cackled, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. It was wise to not refuse. She then proceeded to describe the horrifying fate that awaited those who dared to defy her, a vision of twisted limbs, festering wounds, and eternal torment. I listened, my blood turning to ice, my mind reeling from the gruesome images. When she finally disappeared into the mist, I stumbled back to my cabin, the cauldron stench clinging to me like a shroud. I knew this was just the beginning. Morwen's appearance was an omen, a warning of the darkness that was about to be unleashed upon Whisperwood Campground. Morwen's warning echoed in my ears as the days grew darker. The witch's brew had worn off, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread and a gnawing fear for the safety of my campers. The first sign of trouble came in the form of unsettling dreams. Campers reported vivid nightmares, filled with twisted creatures and chilling whispers. A sense of unease settled over the campground, a palpable tension that hung heavy in the air. Then came the disappearances. It started with a lone hiker, venturing off the marked trails and into the depths of Whisperwood. He was never seen again. Then a young couple vanished from their tent in the middle of the night, leaving behind only a lingering scent of sulfur and a chilling silence. Panic began to spread through the campground. Campers packed their belongings and fled, their laughter replaced with fear-filled whispers. The once vibrant community was reduced to a ghost town. The remaining campers huddled together in fear, their eyes darting nervously into the shadows. I knew I had to act, but I was paralyzed by indecision. Morwen's words echoed in my mind, eliminate the one that started it. But who was it? Who had incurred the witch's wrath? Desperate for answers, I sought out the oldest camper in Whisperwood, a woman named Evelyn who had been coming here for decades. Evelyn was a wise woman, with a deep understanding of the forest and its secrets. She listened patiently as I recounted the recent events, her eyes filled with a knowing sadness. "The witch is angry," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Someone has disturbed her sacred grove." My heart sank. I knew exactly who it was. A group of teenagers had bragged about venturing deep into the woods, boasting of their bravery in exploring the forbidden areas. They had stumbled upon Morwen's Grove, a hidden clearing where the witch performed her rituals. They had meant no harm, but their intrusion had awakened a dormant power, a force that now threatened to consume the entire campground. I found the teenagers huddled around a campfire, their faces pale and drawn. They confessed to their trespass, their bravado replaced with fear and regret. I explained the gravity of their actions, the danger they had unleashed upon themselves and everyone else in Whisperwood. Their eyes widened in horror. They begged for my help, but I knew there was nothing I could do. Morwen's curse was upon them, and there was no escaping her wrath. That night, the wind howled like a banshee, and the trees swayed with an unnatural force. The teenagers huddled together in their tent, their fear palpable. Then, one by one, they began to scream. Their cries echoed through the campground, piercing the silence of the night. By morning, the screams had ceased. The teenagers were gone, vanished without a trace. Only a lingering scent of sulfur and a sense of profound loss remained. The campground was quiet once again, but the silence was heavy with grief and fear. I had failed to protect my campers, failed to prevent the witch's curse from claiming its victims. The weight of my responsibility pressed down on me, a burden I would carry for the rest of my days. Whisperwood Campground would never be the same. The laughter and joy had been replaced with a lingering sense of dread, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. And I, the caretaker, was left to grapple with the consequences of my inaction, forever haunted by the screams of the lost. Grandma Helen passed away last month, her body discovered only a week ago in her secluded cabin deep in the Appalachian Mountains. Hazards of living off-grid, I guess. Uncle Joe, who'd been bringing her supplies, was shocked. He swore she was as spry as ever when he last saw her. Even her golden retriever, Buddy, vanished. My theory? He hightailed it out of there the second things got weird. After the funeral, my brother, Alex, and I got roped into cleaning out the cabin. Grandma had left it to us in her will, split right down the middle. Not that either of us wanted it. The place held too many unsettling memories. It was a crisp autumn day, the sun filtering through the towering pines as we drove up the winding mountain road. Stay the night, Uncle Joe had chuckled, his mountain man beard practically vibrating with amusement. As if we'd spend a night in this creepy old place, Alex muttered as we unloaded the car. We spent the afternoon sorting through Grandma's belongings, the silence punctuated by the occasional creak of the floorboards and the rustle of leaves outside. Alex was eager to leave, his eyes constantly flicking towards the deepening shadows in the woods. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Do you ever think about what happened? Alex asked, his voice barely a whisper. No, I lied. The truth was, the memories haunted me. 12 years ago, something happened at this cabin, something that changed us forever. I tried to bury the past, but it always clawed its way back to the surface, leaving me with a cocktail of anxieties and a deep-seated fear of the dark. I think about it all the time, Alex continued, his voice trembling. The man by the river, the mask, the book. My blood ran cold. The memories flooded back, vivid and terrifying. We were 11, spending a week with Grandma Allen, when we encountered him, a figure lurking across the river, wearing a grotesque wolf mask. It's nearly dark, he had called out, his voice raspy and chilling. I have a gift for you. I had been drawn to him, convinced it was Uncle Joe with a fishing rod, a gift we had been pestering him for. But as I approached, a sense of dread washed over me. The figure wasn't Uncle Joe. It was something else, something sinister. He held out the gift, a book titled Mysteries of the Cryptids. As I reached for it, his body twitched, a predator's instinct, and I knew we were in danger. Uncle Joe appeared then, on the other side of the river, and I realized the horrifying truth. We weren't alone in the woods. The memory sent shivers down my spine. I looked at Alex, his face pale and drawn. We both knew the past had come back to haunt us. Suddenly, a crash from outside shattered the silence. We rushed to the window, our hearts pounding. A large branch had fallen, shattering the windshield of my car. Story time's over, I said, my voice tight with fear. We're leaving. As I flung open the door, a figure emerged from the shadows. He wore a familiar beige ball cap and a grotesque wolf mask, its yellow eyes glowing in the twilight. It's nearly dark, he rasped, his voice sending chills down my spine. The figure stepped into the cabin, the wolf mask seeming to leer at us in the dim light. Alex whimpered, his back pressed against the wall, his eyes wide with terror. I felt a surge of protectiveness towards my younger brother, a primal instinct to shield him from harm. It's nearly dark, the figure rasped again, his voice sending shivers down my spine. You shouldn't be here. He took another step, and I instinctively grabbed a heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace. My knuckles whitened as I gripped the cold metal, my heart pounding in my chest. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling. The figure chuckled, a low, guttural sound that echoed through the cabin. You know who I am, he said. We've met before. He reached up and slowly removed the mask, revealing a face that was both familiar and horrifyingly distorted. It was Uncle Joe, but his features were twisted into a grotesque parody of themselves, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Uncle Joe? Alex stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Not anymore, the figure snarled. He's gone. And you're next. He lunged at us, the poker raised high. I swung wildly, the iron connecting with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He stumbled back, howling in pain, but quickly recovered. Alex screamed and scrambled away, his fear giving way to panic. I knew we had to escape, but the front door was blocked by the creature that was once our uncle. "There's no escape," he growled, his voice dripping with malice. "This cabin is your tomb." He lunged again, and I barely managed to parry his blow. The poker slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. I felt a surge of despair, the weight of our situation crushing me. But then Alex, in a moment of unexpected bravery, grabbed a heavy bookend from the shelf and hurled it at the creature. It struck him in the head, and he staggered back, momentarily stunned. "Run!" Alex shouted, his voice filled with urgency. We didn't hesitate. We sprinted towards the back door, our feet pounding on the wooden floor. The creature roared in frustration and gave chase, but we were faster. We burst out of the cabin and into the darkness, the cold night air stinging our lungs. We didn't stop running, our fear propelling us forward. We could hear the creature crashing through the undergrowth behind us, his enraged howls echoing through the trees. We stumbled through the woods, our breath ragged, our hearts pounding. We didn't know where we were going, but we knew we couldn't stop. The creature was relentless, his pursuit fueled by a dark hunger. As we ran, I realized the horrifying truth. The cabin wasn't just haunted by memories. It was a gateway to something evil, something that had corrupted our uncle and now sought to claim us as its own. We were trapped in a nightmare, a desperate race for survival against a creature that was once family, now twisted into a monstrous predator. And as the darkness closed in around us, we knew that our only hope was to outrun the shadows and escape the clutches of the cabin in the woods. The crisp autumn air whipped through the trees, carrying with it the scent of decaying leaves and the promise of Halloween. I, Jake, a casual hiker with a penchant for solitude, found myself venturing deeper into the sprawling woods behind my suburban home than ever before. My usual soundtrack of downloaded tunes was replaced by the crunching of leaves beneath my feet and the distant cawing of crows. An unsettling feeling gnawed at me, a premonition that something was amiss in this usually tranquil haven. It had been 3 months since my initial discovery, a crumbling stone chimney, half swallowed by the earth. Curiosity had driven me to unearth it, revealing a buried house, its roof shrouded in dirt and secrets. The memory of that day, the eerie silence, and the faint hum of a radio emanating from within the house had haunted me ever since. Today, armed with a pickaxe and a shovel, I was determined to uncover the truth. The journey was arduous, the weight of the tools a constant reminder of the darkness I was about to delve into. As I reached the site, the chimney stood like a tombstone, marking the grave of a forgotten dwelling. The sun beat down mercilessly as I dug, each swing of the pickaxe a desperate plea for answers. The roof emerged slowly, like a skeletal hand clawing its way out of the grave. With time running out, I left my tools leaning against the chimney, a promise to return. But as I turned to leave, a bone-chilling sound pierced the stillness. A woman's sobs, muffled yet distinct, echoed from within the house. Fear gripped me, its icy fingers constricting my breath. I fled, the cries ringing in my ears, a haunting prelude to the horrors that awaited. The darkness within the house was suffocating, yet my eyes, accustomed to the dim light filtering through the grimy window, began to discern the room's contents. It was a bedroom, frozen in time, adorned with dated furnishings and faded floral wallpaper. Dust motes danced in the stagnant air, illuminated by the sliver of moonlight that pierced through the gap in the curtains. A wave of nausea washed over me as I realized I was standing in a stranger's home, a home that shouldn't exist, a home buried beneath the earth. The radio I had heard months ago sat on the nightstand, its silence now more ominous than its previous hum. My heart pounded like a drum as I crept towards the bedroom door. The crying had subsided, replaced by an unsettling quiet. With trembling hands, I turned the knob, the door swinging open with a groan that echoed through the empty hallway. The hallway stretched before me, dimly lit by a flickering bulb hanging precariously from the ceiling. At the end of the hall, a staircase descended into darkness. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen presence. Then I heard it again, the crying, softer now, almost a whisper. It seemed to be coming from downstairs. Curiosity battled with fear, but the latter was quickly losing ground. I had come this far, there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, I started down the stairs, each step creaking a warning. The crying grew louder with each step, drawing me deeper into the unknown. As I reached the bottom, a chilling sight met my eyes. A woman, her face obscured by shadows, sat huddled on the floor, her body racked with sobs. I wanted to reach out to her, to offer comfort, but something held me back. An instinctive fear, a primal sense of danger, froze me in place. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, my heart leaping into my throat. A figure emerged from the darkness, tall and imposing, its features hidden in the gloom. Panic surged through me, and I turned to flee, my mind screaming at me to escape. Adrenaline surged through me, propelling me up the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. I could hear the figure lumbering behind me, its heavy breathing growing closer. I burst through the bedroom door, scrambling towards the window, the only escape route. The figure slammed against the door, the flimsy wood rattling in its frame. Desperation clawed at me, fueling my frantic scramble up the mound of dirt that had spilled through the window. I lunged for the opening, the cool night air a welcome relief against my sweat-drenched skin. Just as I hauled myself out of the window, a hand, gnarled and skeletal, reached out, grasping for my ankle. I kicked out, the force of my foot connecting with something solid. A guttural cry echoed from within the house, a sound of frustration and rage. I didn't look back. I scrambled away from the house, the image of the hand seared into my memory. The woods, once a sanctuary, now seemed menacing, every shadow a potential hiding place for the creature that pursued me. The run back was a blur of fear and adrenaline. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop. The cries of the woman, the heavy footsteps, the grasping hand, they all fueled my desperate flight. Finally, I stumbled out of the woods, the familiar sight of my backyard a beacon of safety. I collapsed onto the porch, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and terror. The house, with its buried secrets and its unseen horrors, was behind me now, but the experience had left an indelible mark. The woods, once a place of solace, were now tainted with fear. The serenity I had once found there was gone, replaced by a lingering sense of dread. The following days were a blur. I barely slept, haunted by nightmares of the house and the crying woman. The woods, once a source of comfort, now loomed ominously beyond my backyard, a constant reminder of the horror I had witnessed. I tried to convince myself it was all hallucination, a figment of my overactive imagination. But the physical evidence was undeniable. The scratches on my arms, the torn clothes, the lingering ache in my muscles from the frantic escape. The police report I filed yielded no results. They searched the woods, but found no trace of the buried house. They dismissed my story as a case of urban exploration gone wrong, suggesting I had stumbled upon an old, abandoned root cellar and let my imagination run wild. But I knew what I had seen. I knew the house was real, and I knew the woman was in danger. The thought of her trapped in that subterranean prison, at the mercy of whatever lurked in the shadows, gnawed at my conscience. One night, unable to bear the weight of guilt and fear any longer, I made a decision. I would go back to the house. I would find the woman and help her escape. I knew it was a reckless and dangerous plan, but I couldn't ignore the desperate plea in her cries. Armed with a flashlight and a renewed sense of determination, I ventured back into the woods. The familiar path seemed more sinister now, the rustling leaves whispering warnings. As I approached the site where the house had been, my heart pounded in my chest. The chimney was still there, a silent sentinel in the moonlight. But the ground around it was undisturbed, no sign of the excavation I had undertaken. Had I imagined it all? Was I losing my mind? Then, I noticed something. A faint glow emanated from the base of the chimney, a soft, ethereal light that seemed to beckon me closer. I cautiously approached, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. And then I saw it. A small, wooden door, barely visible in the shadows, stood at the base of the chimney. It was partially ajar, the faint glow spilling out from within. This was the entrance to the buried house. Hesitantly, I pushed the door open. A narrow staircase descended into the darkness, the faint glow emanating from somewhere below. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead, and stepped into the unknown. The air inside was thick and musty, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. The stairs creaked ominously beneath my weight, each step sending echoes bouncing through the unseen depths. As I descended, the glow grew brighter, revealing a dimly lit chamber at the bottom of the stairs. The chamber was small and circular, its walls lined with rough-hewn stone. A single lantern cast an eerie light, illuminating a scene that sent chills down my spine. In the center of the room, a woman sat chained to the wall, her head bowed, her body trembling. Her cries, though muffled, were unmistakable. It was the same woman I had seen before, the woman whose cries had haunted my dreams. But something was different. This time, she wasn't alone. A figure stood beside her, its back to me, its form shrouded in shadow. It was tall and imposing, its presence radiating an aura of menace. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Who was this figure? What was it doing to the woman? I had to help her, but I knew I was no match for whatever this creature was. Suddenly, the figure turned, and I gasped. Its face was pale and gaunt, its eyes hollow and lifeless. Its mouth was stretched into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of sharp, yellow teeth. It was a creature out of a nightmare, a monster that should not exist. The creature's gaze fell upon me, and its grin widened. It raised a hand, its long, bony fingers beckoning me forward. A wave of terror washed over me, and I stumbled back, my foot catching on the edge of the stairs. I tumbled down the remaining steps, landing with a thud at the creature's feet. It loomed over me, its shadow engulfing me in darkness. I cowered in fear, bracing myself for the inevitable. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The creature's rancid breath washed over me, and I braced for the killing blow. But it didn't come. Instead, the creature extended its hand, its long, bony fingers reaching towards me. I flinched, expecting a painful grasp, but the touch was surprisingly gentle. The creature's fingers traced the outline of my face, sending shivers down my spine. Its touch was cold, almost inhuman, yet there was a strange tenderness to it. Then, the creature spoke. Its voice was a low growl, raspy and guttural, yet it spoke in a language I understood. "You shouldn't be here," it rasped, its voice echoing in the small chamber. "This place is not for the living." I stared up at the creature, my fear mingled with confusion. Why was it talking to me? Why wasn't it attacking? The woman. I stammered, my voice trembling. Why is she chained? The creature's grin widened, revealing its yellow teeth. "She is an offering," it growled. "A sacrifice to the one who dwells below." A cold dread washed over me. "Who dwells below?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The creature leaned closer, its breath hot against my ear. "He is the one who hungers," it hissed. "He is the one who consumes." The creature's words sent a wave of terror through me. I was trapped in a nightmare, a subterranean lair where an ancient evil lurked. The woman was to be sacrificed to this entity, and I was powerless to stop it. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the chamber. The ground beneath us trembled, and dust rained down from the ceiling. The creature's eyes widened in alarm, and it turned towards the source of the disturbance. "He is awakening," it growled, its voice filled with fear. "We must prepare the offering." The creature's grip tightened on my arm, its sharp claws digging into my flesh. I winced in pain, but didn't dare resist. The creature dragged me towards the woman, who cowered against the wall, her eyes wide with terror. The creature shoved me towards the woman, then stepped back, its eyes fixed on the ceiling. The rumbling grew louder, the ground shaking violently. Dust and debris rained down from above, and the lantern flickered precariously. The woman whimpered, her chains rattling against the stone wall. I looked at her, my heart aching for her plight. I had to do something, but what? I was just a helpless bystander in this terrifying spectacle. Suddenly, the creature lunged forward, grabbing the woman by the hair. She screamed, her voice echoing through the chamber. The creature dragged her towards a dark recess in the wall, a gaping maw that seemed to pulsate with an unholy light. I watched in horror as the creature prepared to offer the woman as a sacrifice to the entity dwelling below. I had to stop it, but I was frozen with fear. My body refused to obey my commands. Just as the creature reached the edge of the abyss, a blinding light erupted from the depths. The chamber was filled with an ear-splitting roar, and the ground shook with renewed force. The creature stumbled back, its grip on the woman loosening. I seized the opportunity. I lunged forward, tackling the creature to the ground. It roared in anger, its claws slashing at me. I struggled against its immense strength, but I managed to hold it back. The woman, free from the creature's grasp, scrambled away from the edge of the abyss. She looked at me, her eyes filled with gratitude. Then, she turned and fled towards the stairs, her chains clattering behind her. The creature scrambled to its feet, its eyes burning with rage. It lunged at me again, but I was ready for it. I dodged its attack and landed a punch on its jaw. The creature stumbled back, momentarily stunned. I pressed my advantage, landing another blow to its midsection. The creature howled in pain, its grip on my arm loosening. I wrenched myself free and backed away, putting some distance between us. The rumbling from below intensified, the ground shaking violently. The creature glanced nervously at the abyss, its fear evident. It hesitated for a moment, then turned and leaped into the darkness. I watched in disbelief as the creature disappeared into the depths. The rumbling subsided, and an eerie silence descended upon the chamber. I was alone. I took a deep breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. I had survived. I had faced the creature and lived to tell the tale. But what about the woman? Had she managed to escape? I had to find her. I hurried towards the stairs, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I climbed the steps, my heart pounding with anticipation. I emerged into the cool night air, blinking in the sudden brightness. The woods were silent, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves. I looked around, searching for any sign of the woman. Then, I saw her. She was sitting on a fallen log, her chains still dangling from her wrists. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with relief. "You saved me," she whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. I had saved her, but at what cost? The creature was still out there, lurking in the depths of the buried house. And the entity below, it was still waiting, hungry for its next offering. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to get away from that place, as far away as possible. I helped the woman to her feet, and we walked away from the buried house, leaving the horrors behind us. The old pickup rattled down KY-52S, its headlights cutting feeble swathes through the oppressive darkness. It was the dead of night, and the backwoods of eastern Kentucky pressed in on all sides, a suffocating blanket of trees and hills that blotted out the moon and stars. Anyone who's ever been in those parts knows what I'm talking about, that bone-chilling sense of isolation, the weight of unseen eyes, the feeling that the very land itself is hostile. My mom always called it bad country, a single word that spoke volumes. She warned me about these hills, filled with whispers of strange lights, vanishing hitchhikers, and worse. Stories about folks disappearing without a trace, their fates forever swallowed by the shadows. I'd always heeded her warnings, sticking to the interstate, but tonight I had no choice. I-75 was closed, and my dad was in the hospital. The news had come around midnight, a frantic call from my mom saying Dad had been rushed to the ER in Hazard. I should have waited until morning, but the dread churning in my gut wouldn't let me. I had to get to him. The drive from Richmond to Irvine was tense but uneventful. It was after Irvine, as I plunged deeper into the heart of bad country, that things took a sinister turn. The darkness intensified, the winding road a treacherous ribbon under my tires. The dread escalated, fueled by worry for my dad and the growing sense that I was being watched. Every now and then, a flash of light would pierce the gloom, like a campfire, but brighter, more intense. And once, between Crystal and Beattyville, I could have sworn I saw it in my rearview mirror, a pale, hairless figure, impossibly tall, loping alongside my truck. I slammed on the brakes, spun around, but it was gone, vanished into the thick undergrowth. 30 minutes outside Beattyville, I spotted him, a kid, no older than 10, standing by the side of the road. He wore a bright yellow shirt, blue shorts, and a red jacket with the hood pulled up. No shoes. My heart pounded. What was a child doing out here alone in the middle of the night? I rolled down the window a crack, my voice trembling as I asked if he was okay. He didn't answer. I checked my phone, no signal. Are you all right? I tried again. He looked up, his face streaked with tears. They're hunting me, he sobbed, his small hands clutching at my window. They're going to let the monster eat me. They're watching us right now. Panic seized me. I fumbled for the window button, but the kid wouldn't let go. He was screaming, his fingers digging into the glass. Then a blinding spotlight hit us, and the kid shrieked, releasing his grip and bolting down the road. 3 figures emerged from the trees, their faces hidden by hoods. The spotlight followed me as I sped away, the kid's screams echoing in my ears. I didn't look back. I just drove, the terror a cold fist around my heart. In Jackson, I pulled into the police station, my story tumbling out in a jumbled mess. The detectives exchanged grim glances. An FBI agent, in town investigating the disappearance of a young boy from a nearby Bible camp, listened intently. The missing boy, he said, had last been seen wearing yellow, blue, and red. His footprints had simply stopped in the woods, his shoes left behind. They dispatched a search party, but no trace of the boy was ever found. I spent the rest of the night in a greasy spoon diner, the image of the terrified child burned into my memory. By the time I reached Hazard, the sun was rising. My dad was going to be okay, but the relief was tainted with guilt. I should have stopped. I should have helped that kid. The backwoods of eastern Kentucky had claimed another victim, and I was left to grapple with the knowledge that I could have done something, but fear had paralyzed me. The memory of that night still. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I followed Sadie deeper into the woods. Leaves crunched underfoot, a symphony of decay that mirrored the growing unease in my stomach. Sadie, ever the urban explorer, was fixated on this abandoned church she heard about, a place supposedly teeming with eerie beauty. Me, I preferred the well-marked trails and the comforting predictability of nature. But she was my friend, and I wasn't about to let her venture into the unknown alone. Even from a distance, the church was a blemish on the landscape. A dark, skeletal silhouette against the vibrant fall foliage. The closer we got, the more oppressive it felt. Trees sprouted from within its roofless shell, their trunks blackened and gnarled, reaching for a sky they could never touch. The surrounding woods seemed to recoil from the structure, a silent testament to some unseen horror. "Nope," I declared, stopping dead in my tracks. "Absolutely not." Sadie, however, was undeterred. "Come on, Iris," she pleaded, her eyes sparkling with morbid curiosity. "It'll be an adventure." My gaze fell upon a pile of tiny bones near the crumbling steps. "I hate to be out here with whatever did that," Sadie chirped, her voice unsettlingly light. Reluctantly, I followed her inside. The interior was a chilling tableau of decay. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something foul and ancient. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the gaps in the walls, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I could hear the skittering of unseen creatures and the creak of unseen branches. "Sadie?" I called out, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. A rustle to my right drew my attention. I thought I saw a figure flitting between the trees, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Then, Sadie's voice, faint but clear, called out from ahead. I hurried towards it, eager to escape the unnerving stillness of the church's entrance. The humming started subtly, a low drone that grew louder with each step. I found myself drawn to it, an irresistible pull towards the heart of the church. And then I saw it. Where the altar once stood, there was now a gaping pit, its edges jagged and dark. The humming emanated from within, a chorus of flies swarming around the unseen depths. I peered cautiously over the edge, but the darkness swallowed my gaze. The air rising from the pit was frigid, carrying with it the stench of death. My blood ran cold. Sadie's glasses lay shattered on the ground, one lens missing, the other cracked beyond repair. "Sadie?" I screamed, my voice raw with panic. Silence. Then a whisper, chilling and close. "I'm here. We're all here. We never left." I whirled around. Sadie was emerging from the pit, her hands clawing at the dirt, her face streaked with blood. Her eyes, wide and unseeing, were fixed on something behind me. What was down there? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I can show you," she replied, a disturbing smile spreading across her lips. I didn't want to see it at first, but they helped me. She stepped in front of me, blocking my path. The pit yawned behind me, a black abyss waiting to swallow me whole. I could feel its presence, a cold, suffocating weight pressing against my back. "Iris, please. Look." Sadie pleaded, her voice a broken rasp. Something moved in the shadows behind her. Something vast and ancient. Sadie's eyes shone with an unholy light. She was no longer my friend. She was something else. I tried to push past her, but she was surprisingly strong. She tackled me to the ground, her fingers digging into my skin, her nails tearing at my eyelids. "Look," she shrieked. "You have to see." I squeezed my eyes shut, but she pried them open, forcing me to look. And then I saw it. My eyes were wide with a terror I couldn't articulate. Sadie's grip loosened, her attention entirely consumed by the thing emerging from the pit. It wasn't the monstrous horror I'd anticipated. Instead, it was beautiful. A luminous figure, woven from shadow and moonlight, rose from the darkness. Its form was fluid, constantly shifting, yet undeniably serene. It radiated an ancient power, a sense of belonging that transcended time and comprehension. This was not a creature of evil, but something far older, far grander. This was the essence of the woods, the spirit of the earth itself. Sadie, bathed in its ethereal glow, looked blissful, tears streaming down her face. She reached out a hand, and the figure gently caressed her cheek. A sense of peace, of belonging, washed over her. She was home. But I was an intruder. A trespasser in a sacred space. The figure turned its gaze upon me, and I felt a chill deeper than any I'd ever known. It wasn't malevolent, but it was ancient, unknowable, and I was utterly insignificant in its presence. A voice, soft as the rustling leaves, echoed in my mind. "She belongs here. You do not." Panic seized me. I scrambled back from the pit, away from Sadie and the luminous figure. I had to get out. I had to escape this place. Sadie didn't try to stop me. She simply smiled, a serene smile that held no trace of the friend I knew. She was part of something larger now, something beyond my understanding. I fled. I ran through the decaying church, past the skeletal trees, out into the woods. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I reached the car, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my chest. The drive home was a blur. I couldn't shake the image of Sadie, her face illuminated by the otherworldly glow, her eyes filled with a peace I'd never seen before. Was she happy? Was she at peace? Or was she lost forever in the clutches of something ancient and incomprehensible? The questions haunted me. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. The memory of the church, the pit, the luminous figure, played on repeat in my mind. Then, one night, I had a dream. I was back in the church, standing before the pit. But this time, I wasn't afraid. The figure emerged from the darkness, and I felt a sense of calm wash over me. It spoke to me again, its voice a whisper in my soul. "You will return," it said. "But first, you must help others see." I woke with a start, my heart pounding. The dream felt real, more real than anything I'd ever experienced. And I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that it was true. I was meant to return to the church. I was meant to help others see the truth, the beauty, the ancient power that resided within that decaying shell. But how? And why? The answers, I knew, would come in time. For now, I had a mission. I had a story to tell. The forest had a way of swallowing sound and secrets. It wasn't the kind of quiet you find in a library or an empty room. It was a dense, heavy silence that seemed to press in on you, muffling every sound, every thought. Tim and I, always seeking the thrill of the unknown, had ventured into this particular wilderness in search of something more than the well-trodden paths and familiar campsites. We craved the unsettling, the touch of the uncanny that whispered just beyond the edge of the map. This forest, nestled deep in the heart of, had a reputation. Locals spoke of it in hushed tones, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. They told tales of disappearances, strange lights, and whispers that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. These were the stories that drew us in, the promise of an adventure that would test our courage and leave us forever changed. We set out early on a crisp autumn morning, the kind of day that promised adventure and painted the leaves in fiery hues of red and gold. The sky was a canvas of endless blue, a stark contrast to the looming darkness that awaited us beneath the canopy of ancient trees. We packed our gear, our backpacks heavy with supplies and anticipation, and set off on a journey into the unknown. The drive was long, the road winding through picturesque landscapes that gradually gave way to dense woodland. As we ventured deeper, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick foliage, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on our eyes. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of secrets buried deep within the forest floor. By late afternoon, we reached a small, secluded parking area, its entrance almost hidden by overgrown weeds and creeping vines. It felt as if the forest itself was trying to discourage us, to warn us away from its hidden depths. But we were undeterred, our curiosity fueled by the growing sense of isolation and mystery. The trailhead was barely visible, a narrow path swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, we shouldered our packs and stepped into the shadows, leaving behind the familiar world and venturing into the realm of the unknown. As we ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in around us, the towering pines blotting out the sun and casting long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed like phantoms. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a primordial perfume that hinted at the ancient secrets hidden beneath the forest floor. The path beneath our feet was treacherous, a tangle of gnarled roots and loose stones that threatened to twist our ankles with every step. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves under our feet. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching our every move with unseen eyes. A shiver ran down my spine, a primal instinct warning me that we were treading on sacred ground. We pressed on, our initial excitement giving way to a growing sense of unease. The trees seemed to lean in towards us, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, eager to snatch us into their shadowy embrace. The sunlight, already weak, struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting the forest in a perpetual twilight that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Hours passed, and the forest continued to tighten its grip on us. The path became steeper, winding its way through a labyrinth of towering trees and dense undergrowth. We were lost in a world of shadows and whispers, where every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through our veins. Just as exhaustion began to weigh heavily upon us, we stumbled upon a small clearing, a hidden sanctuary bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. It was a welcome respite from the oppressive darkness of the forest, a haven of tranquility amidst the growing sense of dread. Ancient trees stood guard around the clearing, their gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like gnarled fingers. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, their colors muted by the fading light. With a shared sigh of relief, we dropped our packs and set about making camp. The familiar routine of pitching the tent and gathering firewood provided a welcome distraction from the growing unease that gnawed at our insides. Soon, a cheerful fire crackled merrily in the center of the clearing, casting dancing shadows that played across the surrounding trees. As darkness fell, the forest transformed into a realm of shadows and whispers. The usual nighttime sounds, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, were absent, replaced by an unnerving silence that amplified every creak and groan of the ancient trees. The temperature plummeted, and a thick mist began to roll in from the depths of the forest, blanketing the clearing in an ethereal shroud. We huddled closer to the fire, its warmth a meager defense against the encroaching cold and the growing sense of dread. The mist swirled around us, obscuring the trees and casting eerie shadows that danced and writhed in the firelight. We tried to maintain a cheerful facade, sharing stories and laughter, but beneath the surface, a deep-seated fear began to take root. The forest was no longer just a place of trees and shadows. It had become a living entity, watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake. The fire crackled and hissed, spitting sparks into the swirling mist that now enveloped the clearing like a ghostly shroud. The flames cast flickering shadows that danced across the surrounding trees, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, eager to snatch us into the darkness. Tim and I sat huddled close to the fire, its warmth a meager defense against the encroaching cold and the growing sense of dread that clung to us like a second skin. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling mist, materializing as if from thin air. He was an older man, his face weathered and etched with the lines of a life spent in the wilderness. His eyes, however, were what truly captivated us, piercing blue orbs that seemed to bore into our very souls, as if reading our deepest fears and insecurities. He moved with a quiet grace that belied his age, his footsteps silent on the soft earth. He approached our campfire with a cautious air, his hands held out in a gesture of peace. "Evening, fellas," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to echo through the clearing. "Didn't expect to find anyone out this far." We exchanged startled glances, surprised by his sudden appearance. "Good evening," I replied, trying to mask the tremor in my voice. "We're just passing through." He nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving ours. "Name's Glenn," he said. "Park ranger. Don't get many visitors this deep in the woods." "I'm Alex, and this is Tim," I introduced us, feeling a strange mix of curiosity and apprehension. Glenn's gaze swept across the clearing, taking in our campsite and our nervous expressions. "You boys picked a spooky spot to set up camp," he said, a hint of warning in his voice. "This part of the woods, well, let's just say it has a bit of a reputation." We exchanged uneasy glances. Tim, never one to shy away from a challenge, spoke up. "A reputation? What kind of reputation?" Glenn leaned closer to the fire, his shadow stretching across the clearing like a looming specter. "Folks say strange things happen here," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Things that can't be explained." Lights in the sky, whispers on the wind, shadows that move on their own. A shiver ran down my spine. The stories we had heard from the locals suddenly seemed less like folklore and more like chilling premonitions. "We're not afraid of a few ghost stories," Tim said, trying to sound brave, but his voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. Glenn chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent chills down my spine. "Maybe not," he said, "but even the bravest men get a little spooked out here sometimes. Just be careful, boys. These woods have a way of playing tricks on your mind." With that, he turned and vanished back into the swirling mist, leaving us alone with our fear and the growing sense of unease that permeated the clearing. We stared into the swirling mist where Glenn had vanished, the echo of his words hanging heavy in the air. A sense of foreboding settled over us, heavier than the encroaching darkness. The fire, once a source of comfort, now seemed to cast menacing shadows that danced and writhed like restless spirits. "What do you think he meant by that?" Tim asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "Probably just trying to scare us." But even as I said the words, I felt a chill creep down my spine. There was something about Glenn's intense gaze, the way he spoke of the forest with a mixture of reverence and fear, that unsettled me. We tried to shake off the unease, focusing on the crackling fire and the mundane task of preparing our sleeping bags. But the silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us, waiting. As the night deepened, the mist grew thicker, swirling around us like a ghostly embrace. The temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold seeped into our bones. We huddled closer to the fire, seeking warmth and comfort in its flickering flames. Then, we heard it. A low, melodic humming that seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest. It was a haunting sound, both beautiful and unsettling, like the mournful cry of a lost soul. "What is that?" Tim whispered, his eyes wide with fear. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from all directions at once, echoing through the trees, weaving its way into our very beings. The humming grew louder, more insistent, and soon it was joined by other sounds, whispers, faint and indistinct at first, but gradually growing clearer, more menacing. They spoke in a language we didn't understand, a guttural tongue that sent shivers down our spines. It was as if the forest itself was speaking to us, warning us of some impending doom. The whispers grew louder, swirling around us like a vortex of fear. They seemed to seep into our minds, filling us with a sense of dread that we couldn't shake off. The humming intensified, vibrating through the air, through the ground, through our very bones. Then, the shadows began to move. They emerged from the swirling mist, taking on grotesque shapes that danced and writhed in the firelight. They were tall and slender, with elongated limbs and glowing eyes that pierced the darkness. They moved with an eerie grace, gliding through the mist, their forms shifting and changing like phantoms in a nightmare. Fear gripped us, cold and paralyzing. We huddled closer to the fire, our eyes darting back and forth, trying to make sense of the horrors that surrounded us. The whispers intensified, the humming grew louder, and the shadows closed in, their glowing eyes fixed on us with a malevolent intensity. We were trapped, caught in a web of fear and shadows, with no escape in sight. A guttural cry tore through the silence, shattering the illusion of safety that the fire had provided. One of the shadowy figures lunged forward, its elongated limbs reaching for us like the tentacles of some monstrous creature. Panic surged through me, an icy wave that washed away any lingering doubts about the reality of our situation. "Run!" I screamed, scrambling to my feet and grabbing Tim's arm. We didn't hesitate. We fled into the darkness, our backpacks bouncing against our backs, the whispers and the humming chasing us like a pack of hungry wolves. The shadows pursued us relentlessly, their glowing eyes burning through the mist, their elongated limbs reaching out to snatch us into the darkness. The forest floor was a treacherous maze of tangled roots and hidden hollows. We stumbled and fell, our hands scraping against the rough bark of trees, our lungs burning with the effort of our desperate flight. The mist clung to us, a suffocating blanket that hindered our every move. But we couldn't stop. The shadows were closing in, their whispers growing louder, their forms becoming more distinct. We could feel their icy breath on our necks, their skeletal fingers reaching for us, eager to drag us into the abyss. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. "This way." It was Glenn, his voice strong and urgent, guiding us through the darkness. We followed his voice blindly, stumbling through the undergrowth, our hearts pounding in our chests. The shadows were still on our heels, their whispers echoing through the trees, but we could sense that we were gaining ground. Glenn led us through a narrow path, a hidden trail that wound its way through the dense undergrowth. The shadows struggled to keep up, their forms flickering and fading as they navigated the treacherous terrain. We ran until our legs burned and our lungs ached, driven by the primal instinct to survive. The whispers faded behind us, the humming grew distant, and the shadows retreated into the mist. Finally, we burst out of the forest and into the clearing where we had parked our car. The sight of it filled us with a surge of hope, a beacon of safety in the sea of darkness. We scrambled into the car, slamming the doors shut behind us. The engine roared to life, and we sped away, leaving the forest and its horrors behind us. As we drove, we could see the shadows retreating into the mist, their glowing eyes fading into the darkness. We didn't speak, the silence filled with the echoes of our terror. The events of the night replayed in our minds, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world. We had escaped the forest, but the forest had not escaped us. It had left its mark on us, a scar that would never fully heal. We had glimpsed the abyss, and the abyss had glimpsed us. The fluorescent lights of the roadside diner flickered, casting a sickly yellow glow over the worn formica tables and cracked vinyl booths. The smell of stale coffee and greasy bacon hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earthy scent of the forest that still clung to our clothes. Tim and I sat hunched over our mugs, the steaming liquid doing little to warm the chill that had settled deep within our bones. We hadn't spoken much since fleeing the forest, the shock of the experience still fresh in our minds. The shadowy figures, the whispers, the humming, it all felt like a fever dream, a terrifying glimpse into a realm beyond our comprehension. What were those things? Tim finally asked, his voice hoarse and filled with a lingering fear. I shook my head, unable to offer an explanation. I don't know. But they weren't human. We fell silent again, each lost in our own thoughts, replaying the events of the night, searching for answers that seemed just beyond our grasp. The waitress, a weary-looking woman with tired eyes and a faded name tag that read Brenda, refilled our mugs, her movements slow and deliberate. "You boys look like you've seen a ghost," she said, her voice a low drawl that hinted at years spent in this quiet corner of the world. We exchanged a nervous glance. "Something like that," I replied, forcing a weak smile. Brenda leaned closer, her eyes filled with a knowing look. "You've been out in those woods, haven't you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. We nodded, surprised by her perception. "You're not the first," she said, her gaze drifting towards the window, as if peering into the darkness beyond. "Those woods, they have a way of drawing people in. But they don't always let them go." A shiver ran down my spine. Brenda's words echoed the warnings of Mr. Glenn, the park ranger who had vanished into the mist. "Do you know anything about what happened to him?" I asked, hoping for some clue, some explanation that would make sense of the night's events. Brenda's face clouded with sadness. "Poor Mr. Glenn," she sighed. "He disappeared in those woods 20 years ago. Never found a trace of him." The news hit us like a punch to the gut. Mr. Glenn, the man who had warned us, the man who had guided us to safety, had been a victim of the very forces we had encountered. "But he saved us," Tim stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. Brenda nodded slowly. "Sometimes," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "the forest gives back what it takes." Her words hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder that we had been spared, but for what purpose, we didn't know. We had escaped the forest, but the forest had not escaped us. It had left its mark on us, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. It was late, way past my bedtime, but sleep was a distant concept as I scrolled through TikTok, my nightly ritual. Bad habit? Probably. But hey, who doesn't love a good doom scroll? I flicked past a video of a cat sporting a melamine helmet, don't ask, and landed on a live feed. It was dark, the shaky beam of a flashlight illuminating a crumbling old building. Ghost hunters, I guessed. Not usually my cup of tea, but something made me pause. The camera panned across a wall, and there it was, a black and white photo of my grandparents on their wedding day. My stomach lurched. That photo. I knew it anywhere. Countless childhood hours spent staring at it during visits to their old farmhouse. This couldn't be their place, could it? The farm had been abandoned for years, left to rot after they passed. I glanced at the TikToker's handle, a band 0net_0rare 305. Definitely the type to poke around where they shouldn't. I had to keep watching. The camera moved into the living room. A once plush leather armchair, now ripped and sunken. The grand fireplace, with its exposed stone and oak mantel, was warped and cracked. Rusty horseshoes, once proudly displayed and gleaming in the firelight, lay scattered and dull. A wave of nostalgia and anger washed over me. This was my family's history, not some internet spectacle. So many horseshoes, the TikToker's voice cut through my thoughts. Over doorways, one in the kitchen floor. They probably had horses, but still, it's a bit much. Everyone knows horseshoes are for luck, right? But they also ward off evil spirits. Amateur, I thought. But a shiver ran down my spine. He was right about the sheer number of horseshoes. Granny had always been superstitious. Horseshoes, lucky Heather, the works. Grandpa, not so much. They hadn't even kept horses. What was the deal with all those horseshoes? My childhood visits to the farm were mostly happy memories. Except for those solo trips to the bathroom. It was upstairs, at the far end of the house. Going up was fine. The living room door would shut behind me, plunging me into a cool, silent hallway. The air was thick and still. I'd walk to the end, turn, and climb the stairs to the split-level landing. Step down, right turn, bathroom. But going down, that was different. As soon as I reached the top of the stairs, an icy dread would grip me. Run. I'd tear down those stairs, never looking back. It felt like a black mass was oozing from the walls of that landing, waiting for a single terrified glance to solidify. Bursting back through the heavy wooden door to the living room was like hitting play on life again. Color, warmth, and the comforting sounds of family would wash over me. On the screen, the TikToker approached that same door. It hung by one hinge, slightly ajar. Above the threshold, a huge horseshoe, big enough for a Clydesdale, was nailed to the frame. I didn't remember that. It felt desperate. Like a last-ditch attempt to hold something back. The comments flashed by, creepy vibes. Did you see that shadow? My hand trembled as I typed a warning. Don't go in there. Leave. Fat chance they'd listen. The guy pushed the door open with a groan. What the? He whispered. I dropped my phone. Standing in the hallway were two figures in white nightgowns. Their grins were grotesque, stretching their gray skin taut. Empty sockets stared out from their faces like black holes. And they were holding hands. Granny and Grandpa. But demonic. Twisted. I stared in horror. Chaos erupted. A band 0 net expl 0 rare 305 scramble back, the camera jerking wildly. As he ran, those wide grins seemed to morph into snarls. He was almost at the back door, 5 more steps, then a blood-curdling screech blasted from my phone. Life has ended. Gone. I frantically tapped the screen. Nothing. Did he make it? I searched for his handle. Gone. My heart pounded. I should have warned him sooner. Then, a notification. A direct message on TikTok. No sender name. Just 2 words. Come to us. I sighed and grabbed my notebook. Another failed attempt. Communication with the undead via the internet, that was a new one for the list. An extra deep grave hadn't worked. Neither had rocks in their mouths, black salt, holy water, or a stake through the heart. Nothing kept those restless souls down. Was it the land? A family curse? Or that black thing I'd sensed as a child? I glanced at my list. Next up, decapitation. Lovely. I texted my brother. Trouble at Nell. Our code. Time to dig up Granny and Grandpa again. The problem was, they came back worse each time. The last time, they just looked dead. Now, this. Were we making them stronger? But we couldn't let them roam free, terrorizing people. This was beyond us. We needed professional help. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the trees and sending shivers down my spine. Rain lashed against my face, blurring my vision as I stumbled through the thick undergrowth. I was lost. Hopelessly lost. It had all started with a dare. My friends, ever the thrill seekers, had challenged me to spend Halloween night alone in Blackwood Forest, a place notorious for its eerie tales and unexplained disappearances. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a bravado fueled by liquid courage, I had ventured into the woods, confident I would emerge unscathed by dawn. Now, hours later, with the moon hidden behind a veil of storm clouds and the forest alive with unseen creatures, I regretted my arrogance. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent my heart pounding like a drum. I was soaked to the bone, shivering with cold and fear, and utterly alone. Just as I was about to succumb to despair, a flicker of light caught my eye. A small, wooden cabin, nestled amongst the trees, beckoned me like a beacon of hope. Relief washed over me as I stumbled towards it, praying for shelter and a respite from the relentless storm. As I approached, I noticed a figure standing by the cabin door. A girl, clad in a bright yellow raincoat, her back turned towards me. She was motionless, as if frozen in time. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Can you help me? I'm lost." The girl didn't respond. She remained eerily still, her presence sending a chill down my spine. I hesitated, a sense of unease creeping over me. But the storm raged on, and the cabin was my only refuge. Taking a deep breath, I stepped towards the girl, my hand outstretched. "Excuse me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you all right?" The girl slowly turned, her face pale and drawn, her eyes hollow and lifeless. A scream caught in my throat. Her mouth was agape, revealing a row of jagged teeth, and her hands were twisted and gnarled, ending in long, sharp claws. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The girl lunged at me, her claws outstretched, her eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. I turned and fled, the image of her grotesque face seared into my mind. The forest seemed to close in on me, the trees reaching out like skeletal fingers, the wind whispering my name. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for respite. But the girl was faster, her footsteps echoing behind me, gaining ground with every stride. Just as I felt her icy grip on my shoulder, I tripped and fell, tumbling down a steep embankment. I landed with a thud, the wind knocked out of me. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body racked with pain. The girl stood above me, her silhouette outlined against the stormy sky. She raised her claws, ready to strike. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But the blow never came. I opened my eyes to see a figure standing between me and the girl. A man, tall and imposing, dressed in a park ranger uniform. He held a shotgun in his hands, its barrel pointed at the girl. "Get away from him," the ranger growled, his voice deep and commanding. The girl hesitated, her eyes flickering between the ranger and me. Then, with a snarl of frustration, she turned and vanished into the darkness. The ranger helped me to my feet, his grip firm but gentle. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. I nodded, too shaken to speak. "Come on," he said, leading me towards the cabin. "Let's get you out of this storm." The ranger led me into the cabin, a small, one-room structure with a stone fireplace and a rough-hewn wooden table. A kerosene lamp cast a flickering light, illuminating the rustic interior. The ranger gestured towards a chair, and I sank into it gratefully, my body still trembling from the encounter. "Thank you," I managed to say, my voice hoarse. "You saved my life." The ranger nodded, his expression grim. "You're lucky I was patrolling the area. That thing, it's not human." My blood ran cold. "What is it?" I asked, dreading the answer. The ranger hesitated, as if choosing his words carefully. "There are stories," he said, "legends about creatures that dwell in these woods. They say they lure travelers to their deaths, preying on the lost and vulnerable." He looked at me intently. "You saw what it looked like. It can mimic human form, but its true nature is something else entirely. Something dark and malevolent." I shivered, remembering the girl's hollow eyes and twisted claws. The ranger's words confirmed my worst fears. I had stumbled into a nightmare, a realm where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred. The ranger busied himself with tending the fire, adding logs to the flames. The warmth slowly seeped into my chill bones, but the fear remained, a knot of dread in my stomach. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The ranger looked at me, his expression somber. "We wait until dawn," he said. "These creatures are most active at night. Once the sun rises, they retreat back into the shadows." He paused, then added, "But we need to be prepared. They may try to lure us out, to separate us. We must stay together, stay vigilant." I nodded, my resolve hardening. I wouldn't be a victim. I would fight to survive the night, to escape the clutches of the creatures that lurked in the darkness. The hours that followed were agonizing. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and shaking the cabin walls. Every creak and groan of the old structure sent my heart racing. I huddled close to the fire, the ranger's presence a small comfort in the face of the unknown. We spoke little, the silence punctuated by the crackling flames and the howling wind. The ranger told me stories of the forest, tales of strange encounters and unexplained phenomena. He spoke of ancient rituals and forgotten lore, of a darkness that had haunted these woods for centuries. As the night wore on, the tension grew palpable. I could feel the creatures lurking outside, their presence a palpable weight in the air. They whispered my name, their voices slithering through the cracks in the walls, tempting me to venture out into the darkness. But I resisted, clinging to the ranger's words, to the hope of dawn. Just when I thought I could take no more, a faint light began to filter through the windows. The storm had subsided, and the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon. The ranger stood up, his eyes fixed on the brightening sky. "It's time," he said. We stepped out of the cabin, the morning air crisp and cold. The forest seemed less menacing in the daylight, the shadows retreating before the rising sun. The ranger led me through the woods, his footsteps sure and steady. We followed a narrow path, the trees thinning as we approached the edge of the forest. Finally, we emerged into a clearing, the sunlight warm on our faces. A sense of relief washed over me, a wave of gratitude for the ranger's help and for my own survival. But as I turned to thank him, I found myself staring at an empty space. The ranger had vanished, as if he had never been there at all. I stood there, alone once more, the forest silent and still. The events of the night seemed like a dream, a surreal nightmare from which I had finally awakened. But as I looked down at my hands, I saw the scratches and bruises, the remnants of my struggle for survival. And I knew that the girl in the yellow raincoat and the creatures that lurked in the shadows were all too real. I've been a park ranger in the sprawling forests of the Pacific Northwest for nearly 20 years. Things have changed a lot in that time, especially the protocols. I'm writing this down because, well, I guess I just want folks to be safe out there. To understand why sometimes it's better to leave the flashlight at home. It all started at Olympic National Park, where I was stationed a few years back. We had this system of rotating campsites to give the land time to recover. Winter had just ended, and I was sent out to assess the condition of the sites before the summer camping season. Winters here are brutal. Aside from the occasional hardcore survivalist or a Boy Scout troop led by some guy reliving his glory days, nobody camps in those conditions. I wasn't expecting to find much out of the ordinary. The first site was clear, no problems. But as I was hiking to the next one, I spotted something down in a ravine, looked like a pile of trash. Great, I thought, another bunch of jerks setting up an illegal camp and leaving their garbage everywhere. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't just trash. It was carnage. Torn tents, scattered gear, and blood. So much blood. It was pulled on the ground, and there were signs of something heavy being dragged away into the thick undergrowth. My heart started pounding. I pulled my radio off my belt, then my Glock 22. I'm a certified law enforcement officer, but I hadn't drawn my weapon in years. I scanned the area for any movement, then called for backup. The silence while I waited was unnerving. A quiet forest is a bad sign. Prey animals go silent when a predator is near. I hope to God the birds weren't holding their breath because of me. I moved forward cautiously. A mangled cooler, a shredded tent, more blood splattered everywhere. Someone, or something, had torn through this place like a hurricane. It wasn't bears or wild hogs. I'd seen their handiwork before. This was different. Like some kind of biblical plague had swept through. Backup finally arrived, and I was sent back to headquarters. They even brought medics, which seemed pointless. There was no one left to save. HQ was in chaos. Phones ringing, printers churning out reports, the whole place buzzing with a nervous energy. The park manager, a guy named Frank Miller, called me into his office. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. He locked the door, something I'd never seen him do before, and asked me what I'd found. I told him everything. By the time I finished, he looked even worse. His hands were shaking, and he just sat there staring at me. Then I left, and he locked the door again. I overheard him on the phone later, talking in hushed tones to someone. I never saw Frank again. We got a new manager, a woman named Sarah Jensen, who specialized in crisis management. Her first order of business was a controlled burn of the illegal campsite and the surrounding area. I didn't argue. I watched the smoke rise and prayed it was the end of it. But it wasn't. Sarah ordered us to relocate the campsites closer to HQ. We set up trail cameras first, to make sure we weren't building on some animal's nesting ground. When we reviewed the footage, Sarah completely lost it. Screaming, cursing, throwing things. She spent the rest of the day and the entire night in her office, making calls to who knows who. The next morning, she laid out the new plan. Massive floodlights around the park perimeter, more lights around the ranger station. Campsites even closer in, with clear lines of sight to the lights. I told her that defeated the purpose of camping. Who wants to be practically in the parking lot, with lights shining in their eyes all night? She shut me down. Said it was just the beginning. The park would now close at sundown, no exceptions. And we were all required to carry rifles at all times. Now, it wasn't unusual for rangers to carry AR-15s or shotguns in the backcountry. We had to deal with poachers, sometimes even armed drug growers hiding out in the woods. But this felt different. This felt like preparation for war. I drew the short straw and got the overnight shift. Sarah said there would be more new protocols when I got back. Overnights used to be pretty relaxed. Monitor the radios, deal with any late-night partiers, maybe check for poachers. But now, I went to the gun cage and my jaw dropped. Our shotguns had been upgraded with rifle barrels and slugs, the kind of firepower you'd use to stop a charging grizzly. The AR-15s now had 30-round magazines and hollow point ammunition. Hollow points. In the woods. It made no sense. This wasn't a war zone. There were new instructions next to the radio. We weren't allowed to respond to emergency calls directly anymore. We had to relay the information to a new number, a number I didn't recognize. I wasn't even allowed to leave the station until sunrise. A few nights passed. Uneventful, but the new floodlights were blinding. I felt like I was living on a prison yard. Then, one night, a group of teenagers showed up. No reservation, just backpacks and a cooler. They headed up the ridge to one of the closed campsites. I waited until after dark, then called Sarah. She told me to call the number. A gruff voice answered. He asked for my location, then the situation. Unauthorized campers, I said. I can see their campfire from here. Do not engage, the voice said. Do not attempt communication. Report any developments. Just after daybreak, Sarah arrived. She looked frantic. Have they left? She asked. No, I said. Their car's still there. She swore under her breath, then went inside to make a call. When she came out, she was carrying an AR-15 and a jerry can of gasoline. She marched past me, heading for the ridge. I yelled after her, but she ignored me. I called the number again. Same gruff voice. Same questions. The manager, I said. She went up to the campsite. Armed and with gasoline. What do I do? Stay there, the voice said. Do not interfere. Backup is inbound. Smoke started rising from the ridge. 2 unmarked vans screeched into the parking lot. A dozen men in tactical gear piled out. Which direction? One of them asked. I pointed towards the smoke. The men fanned out and jogged up the ridge. I heard the click-clack of rifles being charged. They came back down half an hour later, dragging Sarah with them. She was screaming. I did what I had to. It's worse than they thought. We can't stop it. Burn it all. They threw her in one of the vans and sedated her. The leader approached me. I need to see the office, he said. All computers, hard drives, everything. They ransacked the place. Took all our records, even old videotapes. Cute, the leader scoffed, looking at the gun cage. You're out of your league. Before they left, he told me to call the number and report that it was contained. He said I'd be getting a new manager. And he told me not to talk about any of this. The official story was that the park was closed for a controlled burn. No one questioned it. The new manager, a man named John Riley, was good at dealing with the press. The park was practically deserted now, with the limited hours and the rumors of missing campers. We built the new campsites even closer to the station. Then John insisted we set up cameras around the station and campsites. There was never any activity around here, just the occasional raccoon or bear, but we humored him. A couple of days later, we were reviewing the footage. John was watching the tapes from the station cameras when he suddenly started screaming. We rushed in, and he was smashing the hard drives, babbling about how they lied to him, how he wasn't prepared. He demanded a transfer. Said he wasn't equipped to handle whatever it was he'd seen on those tapes. Hours later, he came out of his office looking defeated. We cut our hours even further, practically open on weekends only. Campers were restricted to the closest campsites. And we weren't allowed to leave the station after dark under any circumstances. I drew the short straw for overnight duty. Why we had to stay overnight when we couldn't do anything was beyond me. Being a park ranger in Yosemite is a dream come true. I get to spend my days wandering the wilderness, keeping this incredible place pristine and beautiful. You know, returning things to the way they were before we humans came along and messed it all up. Most of the time, my job involves cleaning up after careless campers, scattered trash, abandoned fire pits, those sorts of things. I hate seeing nature disrespected like that. I really believe what I do makes a difference. But sometimes, even experienced rangers like me make mistakes. And the mistake I made, well, let's just say it turned the wilderness I love against me. And I'm not sure I'll ever be the same again. It all started with a story my Uncle Bill told me when I was a kid. He used to be a ranger himself, and he loved to tell me spooky stories about the park. One that stuck with me was about fairy rings, those perfect circles of mushrooms you sometimes find in the forest. Don't ever disturb a fairy ring, he'd say. Those are made by fairies, and if you mess with them, they'll come after you. Bad luck, maybe even worse. You could get trapped in their world. Of course, I didn't believe in fairies anymore. But when I came across a perfect fairy ring deep in the woods, I still felt a twinge of, I don't know, respect, maybe? I decided to leave it alone. Then, a deer startled me, and I accidentally backed right into the ring, crushing the mushrooms under my boots. I felt a sudden chill, like I'd done something wrong. Something unnatural. I tried to shake it off, but as I continued my patrol, things started to get weird. The ground sloped downwards when it should have been going up. My compass and radio disappeared. I saw plants I'd never seen before, bizarre, colorful mushrooms, some as tall as me. Then the trees started moving. Giant firs shifted positions, blocking my path. The mushrooms seemed to turn and watch me. I panicked and ran deeper and deeper into the woods. The forest felt alive. Birds sang strange songs. Flowers seemed to stare at me. It was like the whole place was aware of me, guiding me somewhere. I ended up at a river, with towering cliffs on either side. A hollow log was floating in the water, like a makeshift raft. I had no choice but to get on. The river became a raging torrent, tossing me around. I saw caves high up in the cliffs, with glowing red eyes peering out at me. I imagined giant lizard men clinging to the rock face, watching me. The log finally crashed into the shore, and I found myself outside a cave. I heard strange noises coming from inside, and against my better judgment, I went in. The cave was dark and damp. Stone steps led downwards. I heard a voice. "They'll want your eye," it said. I jumped. "Who's there?" It was a rabbit. A tiny, white rabbit with red eyes. "Just one will suffice," it said. "But if one is better than the other, you'd best give them that one and not the other." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "What eye?" "No time to explain," the rabbit said. "You've desecrated a sacred place. You have to make amends." And then it hopped away into the shadows. I continued down the steps, deeper into the cave. Torches lit the way, leading to a raised platform where things were waiting for me. Giant toads. Each one the size of a small car, with cold, jewel-like eyes. They stared at me, and I knew what they wanted. I tried to refuse. I tried to leave. But the cave had sealed itself, and I was trapped. Hours passed. I pleaded, I cried, but the toads just stared. Finally, I gave in. I took a sharp rock and I did it. I gouged out my left eye. The pain was unbearable. One of the toads snatched the eye with its tongue. And then I was back in the forest, standing next to the ruined fairy ring. The storm was gone, the sky was clear. It was like it had never happened. Except for the gaping hole in my face. I stumbled back to the ranger station, but no one could see me. My boss, my coworkers, my friends, my family. I was invisible. A ghost. I did some research. The legends were true. The fairy rings were real. And I was trapped between worlds, a consequence of my carelessness. The rabbit's words echoed in my mind. If one eye is better than the other. My left eye had always been a little weaker. Had the toads known? I'm going back to the forest. I'll find that fairy ring again. I'll give them my other eye if I have to. I'd rather be blind than invisible. It's a fate worse than death. If you don't hear from me again, well, you know where I am. Lost in the fairy world, paying the price for disturbing the mushrooms.